We are live. So let me just fiddle around here and make sure everything is working. We got Isaac, welcome. G-Man, welcome. What else do we need here? Okay. I'm just gonna be copying the link around, sharing, and doing stuff. Let me see. Okay, is Sir Malcolm around? Let's try that out. All right. Button is grayed out and it says enable, but I don't have. Okay, let me see what that is. Okay. What is going on today? Invite guests chat. Okay, let me see if give me 1 second, dear listeners. We're just trying to make this thing work. It's gonna be a bit hectic, but once we know how to do it, once we can do it again and again. Try that link. Okay. And let's do this. I have joined without a camera. You should be able to. As well. Okay. It's always these technical issues that trip people up. Let me see what this is. All right. Where are we at? Okay, so Sir Malcolm is here. Now the question is, all right, let me try this out. Let me cancel the invite. Let me resend the invite again. And let's see what happens. Okay. It should give you a way to join without the camera. Yeah. So should work. If not, we might just this science experiment, lab experiment, whatever we want to call it, we might just go and do it on Zitter Spaces instead, right? But I want to do it on Substack just because it automatically uploads to YouTube, right? And it has that functionality element to it. So thank you for being patient, dear listeners. Give us a few moments as Sir Malcolm figures out what's going on with the camera situation, and then yeah. Okay, so this opens up that thing. Okay. That's the gist of it. We're trying to make Substack Live work, but yeah, like I said, if it doesn't, we'll just swap over to Zitter Spaces. Let's see who else is here. Hmm. Okay, how? Okay, here's a trick. And turn floor. I'm not on Twitter. I sure hope you can get it to work. Matt, you are. Yes, good sir. We are just trying to because the thing with Substack Live is it does not let you join the first time around without giving permissions and stuff. Uh yeah. So like the way okay, so Sir Malcolm is here, so I guess if Sir Malcolm can hear me. Um okay, what does it say? Is he's giving me a thing. Okay. Allow camera and microphone access. Yeah. Okay, so you've in terms of the camera access, why not give access to the phone camera, right? Obviously, don't show your face. And then after it gains access, right, it tells you what's going to be your video input. Make it your phone video input and then disable it. Try it out that way. See if that works. That's what I did. I don't have a camera either on my laptop. So I gave video access to my phone camera and then I disabled my phone camera. Okay. We're doing tech support here, listeners. Oh dear. What is going on today? Yeah, so whether you have iPhone or Samsung or whatever it is, you've got give camera access to that thing on the iPhone or the Samsung or whatever, and then disable it. Uh, there should be a way to make the phone and the laptop or the computer sync up. I think in my case, I used Bluetooth. I think in your case, you could use something different, but yeah. Yeah, Substack should make it easier for people to do it without cameras, but this is kind of the problem with this system. Oh, who is this?
Hello. Okay.
Who is-
I guess I'm using my phone for this.
Okay, okay. Audio check 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you loud and clear. All right, all right. Sir Malcolm, you have arrived.
Yeah, I mean, technical issues as usual with these things, but whatever.
Whatever. Yeah. No, we made it work. We made it work. Excellent. All right. The reason I wanted to do this method instead was because there's a nifty button down here which says share screen. And when you click that nifty button, you can go here and you can give everyone this lovely experience of like reading out the Goy slop as it comes in real time. So, but yeah, no, Sir Malcolm, America's 250th birthday. Not doing so hot, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the big takeaway of that thing is just that you know the term hypernormalization, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, this is kind of like a very American kind of hypernormalization where um, the bicentennial was a huge, really huge celebration, and it happened in some pretty like America wasn't doing super hot in the 70s,
Hmm.
Um, but it still happened, and like the celebrations were huge. And this time, you ask Americans, and it's like, yeah, well, it was kind of hot, so we didn't really do anything. We canceled all the parades and so on,
Yeah.
and that's normal. And it's like, well, it's normal under hypernormalization, where you get like progressively more and more used to things falling apart around you, and like the absurd becomes the normal.
Hmm.
But it's not normal for normal people.
Yeah.
And you have the same kind of thing in the oil markets, where it's like you have this, like the American SPR, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, it's just being emptied completely. And
Yeah.
the rate of drain has increased since the ceasefire with Iran.
Oh
So
yeah.
it's getting worse. It's not getting better.
Oh yeah.
And the people are saying, well, the fake like paper oil prices are really low, so that means everything is solved.
Yeah.
Like in previous generations, this would have been a five-alarm fire. Like everyone would have been completely out of their minds, going like, "Oh my God! Like we have a huge problem, so we need to fix this." But today, again, thanks to the power of hypernormalization, people just like have this complacent view of, well, like the big line goes down, so that means it's fine.
Yeah. 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 Like basically, you got these accounts, and they're now doing micromanagement of like, oh my gosh, look, one or two ships went in through the Oman route. This many ships went out through the Iran route. I'm like, dude, it's 140 to 160 ships during peacetime, right? You're focusing on the wrong fucking thing. Like you're trying to nibble around the edges, where like the actual structural thing you should be worried about is like, you know, no fucking oil at the mass and volume that's needed is going out, and the reserves are getting looted, and it's not being like, filled up, right? But like, Sir Malcolm, you said on this tweet, right? Your childhood home of 30,000 people had more attendees and more enthusiasm, right? But like, I mean, you don't need to be a fucking genius to look at this picture and then go, okay, I can count a couple dozen people here, right? And this is supposed to be like the so-called greatest nation on the world, the strongest, most powerful, blah blah blah, whatever the fuck, right? And I don't know, like they probably bought this arch from like China or something, right? I mean, this is all fucking plastic, obviously, right? And what do they have over there? I don't know what the fuck that is, but like it's a joke, man. It's a fucking joke, right? Um,
Yeah, and again, like the interesting thing here is just what happens when people go, "Oh well, I mean this." Like when they don't say something like, "Okay, well this maybe indicates we have some sort of problem," and it's like, "No, it's always been like this." And then you just look at the fucking pictures from 50 years ago, and you go, "No, things were not always like this. Like people actually cared at one point in time."
yeah,
And now, like, not caring has become like the new normal, which is again like the sort of slow process of how a society rots from within,
mhm,
where you are forced to accept the absurd as like the normal.
yeah, yeah,
Um, and again, like there is just this sense of, I mean, the culture itself and people in general are just exhausted. Like they're not just exhausted in the sense of being tired, but in the way a mineral vein can get exhausted. Like there's nothing left to really use.
mhm,
And I'm really seeing this stuff with, I mean, the latest thing that people post, like the latest piece of news out of China, which is that like the great news, they've managed to destroy, like there has been no home price appreciation, like real estate appreciation for the last 20 years because they basically deflated the property bubble.
yeah.
And everyone in the West is like, oh my God, like this is such a success. I wish we had that. And it's like, what you kind of realize is that and I mean, the Chinese are not like this. The Chinese are not uh, sort of socially, culturally exhausted in the same way. So they
Yeah.
actually have some ability to do analysis and so on left. But
Yeah.
like in the West, you talk to a communist or whatever, and he's like, well, why should I care about a bunch of landlords? And it's like, yeah, dude, 80% of Chinese savings are in real estate, and this is not like a class-bound thing.
Yeah.
Like a migrant worker families
Yeah.
from rural areas in China, like they treat real estate as their investment.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Exactly. Like, look at this comment here, for example. I don't know if you can see I'm sharing my screen, right? But like, this right here is the problem. He's like, oh, well, but a home is not a risk-free asset. Anyone who bought homes as an investment is a speculator. Okay, my bro, my bro, right? Like,
yeah,
the
that's
main,
80% of China, bro.
yeah, bro,
And
that's like,
and it's like you could say, and the reason this annoys me is that
yeah,
again, I used the example of like looking at a dog eating a box of chocolate and going like, "Oh man, what a lucky dog!" And it's like, yeah, but if you think about this, like if you use some sort of basic,
yeah,
like inductive reasoning here,
yeah,
you'll realize that a dog has a different sort of metabolism than humans, and so chocolate is actually fairly poisonous to them.
hmm,
So a dog being force fed a delicious box of chocolates, that dog is going to die. And
yeah,
so the chocolate box itself, it's actually contextual, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Like you might think it's really delicious, but like you eating that box of chocolates, it's not the same thing as a dog having to eat. Like it's completely different. In one case, it's something nice, and in one case, it's something lethal. And it's kind of you can do the same thing about economies. Like if you have like an economy that looks like the American one, and decline in real estate prices, I mean that's probably pretty fucking bad. At the end of the day, like it's necessary because things can't go on like this. But
yeah.
in the short and medium term, it's going to be a wild ride.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah,
like that's an order of magnitude less bad than say if you have a real estate decline and you're Japan in
yeah,
the 1980s.
yeah, yeah,
And so like saying, oh man, I wish I, an American consumer, could get to live through Japan in the 1980s. Like that makes zero sense because again, like that's like the worst thing that can happen to your generation essentially.
mm,
And something similar is playing out in China where for various reasons, like there is a reason that um, all of these sort of like these like the massive savings in the Chinese economy went into real estate, and that is because they couldn't find like the Chinese government had policies of financial repression that basically meant that if you tried to keep your money in a savings account, you got raped by inflation. And
mm,
given that inflation is a thing in China, just as it is in the rest of the world, if
mm,
you just save, you know, the equivalent of $100, and then you open your piggy bank or whatever, 10 years later, and now you have $75, you've gotten poorer. You need to find some way of making sure that the money inside the proverbial piggy bank at least doesn't shrink over time.
mm,
And real estate was one of the few ways you could do that.
mhm,
So essentially imposing a massive haircut on the entire Chinese population. I
mhm.
mean, it has a bunch of really bad effects on the Chinese economy and even on like Chinese families that I don't see anyone in the West grapple with. They're like, oh, like this dog is being so spoiled. He's eating all of these chocolates.
Mhm, mhm.
Um, and I bring this up in relationship to what we talked about earlier, where it's like, I don't really think anyone has the energy, the mind space to really do any sort of structural analysis anymore. Like people are just these kind of peasants, and they want to watch the world burn, even if the thing that gets burned down includes themselves. Like
Read this comment, Sir Malcolm. This right here, summarizes everything that you just said.
let's see
Yeah,
if I can zoom in here.
no worries, no worries. Cozy Mode says, sure could use some of that rape in the Anglosphere right about now. I mean, this is how a Goyim moves, man. Like, no structure analysis, no inductive reasoning. It's just like, let's watch the world burn. And, oh, well, homes are for living in, they're not for speculation. Okay, my bro, um, if you want to, like, destroy the average Chinese family and whatever, like, okay, fine. But, like, this does not get you a quote unquote better life, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, like if we want to think about this in terms of rape, I mean, you should really have some sort of, just like you adjust the price of a Big Mac
yeah.
in like in terms of the local purchasing power and so
Mhm.
on. So, like a Big Mac in Russia might be much more cheap than a Big Mac in America or Switzerland,
Mhm.
um, even if local wages are lower and so on. Like, if you have to do all of these adjustments for burgers, you should do it for rape as well. So you should come up with like a commensurate level of painful rape that is just as painful for the Americans as it is for the Chinese. And I think for like an American consumer, that would basically be something like a massive increase in the sort of tax you pay on wages and a massive decrease in property taxes. So,
Mhm.
like, okay, so you don't own property. Well, here now you have to pay twice as much to Uncle Sam every year.
Mhm.
Wow, okay, your actual amount of money you can spend and like the anti-wealth effects and so on are going to be really huge if you have to pay for like fully luxury boomer communism
Yeah.
uh like twice as much. So that
Yeah.
is a really painful level of rape.
Oh yeah.
And the Chinese are undergoing a fairly painful level of rape that is sort of customized to their own economic developmentalist situation. You can't just say uh, like if you're I would like to be raped in the way that is like not painful at all for me because I'm used to it or whatever, or like
Mhm.
physical constraints means that like you you know you can't just say, well, both going to eat poison, me and the dogs. We're both going to eat this box of chocolates. No, you have to eat cyanide
Oh
while
yeah.
the dog can eat chocolates because the effect is the same.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
I don't see a lot of Americans going, sure could use some cyanide right now. Sure could use some like lethal, neurotoxins. Like,
Mhm.
no, they want the box of chocolates. But
Yeah.
like that's not how these things work.
Mhm.
Um, and again, I'm like, what pisses me off. I'm not saying any of this, to like disparage Shine or whatever. Like, this isn't a fucking popularity contest or a vote at the school prom. Uh, like I am annoyed by Westoids going like, oh well, this is a really great thing for China. When like if you read like how Chinese people discuss it, they realize it's not a great thing at all. Like, it's a huge problem. Like, the
They
Chinese
are
economy.
already exactly. All of their commentators are already basically making noises similar to what the Japanese commentators were doing in the late 1980s with
Yeah,
regard to the economy going off the cliff and never recovering, right? And they've not quite, I mean, a couple of them, I don't do it as much as you do, but I still do occasionally read a bunch of translated stuff. So I take the Chinese and the language media and I translate it to English, right? But a couple of them are beginning to make noises about quote unquote failure of industrialization in the sense that
yeah,
after Japan went over the cliff, a lot of people basically said that, okay, well, now they have an aging population and now they're never going to make the robots and all the other sci-fi shit or whatever. And so, like Japan is basically dead, right? Like they've not gotten to that point yet, but a couple of them are beginning to make noises like that in that direction.
Yeah,
So that's Nisar Malcolm. Like they're not fucking thrilled about the fucking Westoid Goyim lefties going, oh my gosh, bro, China, man, I wish I had China's problems.
yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I like Japan. I think Japan is really the future, like
Yeah,
in more ways than one.
exactly.
So like when I say you're gonna end up like Japan, I mean that is kind of their worst fates. But um, like you're gonna end up like Japan if you're lucky. Like if
Yeah.
you're unlucky, you're gonna end up in a much worse situation. But but yeah, like the Chinese economy now, like the entire sort of real estate bubble was kind of like this. I mean, I tend to think about like diver's disease or whatever it's called in English, where it's like where you're like deep under the ocean and then you surface pretty quickly without like a bathysphere or whatever. Like what happens due to the pressure differentials that you're going through uh, is that like you create these really dangerous like pockets of air inside your bloodstream.
Mhm.
And then you basically like you explode from within. Well, not quite that dramatic, but it's really painful and really gross. Like diver's disease it's a very painful way to go, and it's basically like you're being torn up from the inside by like this sort of pressure differential, like inability to resolve it. Like I tend to think that economies kind of undergo the same process when there's not enough organic methods for growth.
Yeah.
So like Chinese people are trying to level up their standard of living, and they have this very conventional sort of stages of development, like materialist analysis of history. So they think that history has kind of this telos, and they basically want to end up like Sweden or Germany. But when you tell them, okay, well, Sweden and Germany aren't doing so hot right now, like.
Yeah.
Isn't this a problem? They would just say, yeah, well, that's a skill issue. Like we'll do everything right, but we won't do anything.
We won't make their mistakes. Basically, we live in the future. They lived in the past. They made these mistakes in the 1970s and 80s. We can learn from their mistakes, and we can basically like it's. They're not even doing Whig historiography. They're kind of doing like a bastardized neo-Whig historiography thing of like, yeah,
Yeah, if we want to be mean, yes, but like even if we want to be like really generous to the Chinese, the problem with learning from history, from the mistakes of history, is that what this usually sets you up for is committing completely new mistakes that then, in the course of history, become, in retrospect, incredibly obvious. So, like, you have a king going, well, my predecessor, he was so flexible. Like, this actually happened during the French Revolution, where, like, you have Louis XVI, who tried to sort of placate everyone and listen to, like, the last person he talked to and agreed with him. And then, like the guy after Louis the 18th, called Charles the 10th, I think. Um, he basically said, "Well, if I am flexible like Louis the 16th, I'm gonna be the Pope because, like, if you do make the mistake of like going along with what everyone says, you just like you don't have any sort of independent policy. So I'm not gonna be like it." So what did Charles the 10th do? Well, he didn't listen to anything. He became, instead of being flexible, he became so inflexible that like that led to him being deposed. And so that is the problem when you, especially like if you're dealing with these deep structural issues, like if you try to correct for something, and the Chinese have tried to correct for a bunch of like Western degeneracies and mistakes, and they've succeeded. It's just that like they have degeneracies and mistakes on a level that like you never saw in the West. Like people in the 1960s in Germany still had fucking kids.
yeah.
I mean, like today in China, I mean, it's we're talking like Irish potato famine levels of fertility into a model. I have to remind you, into a model that is premised on like building sort of on what they call infrastructure-led investment, which is if you build the factories, if you build the roads, like they will come. So like if we build high-speed rail for 1.5 billion people, this will have all of these economic multiplicative effects. And eventually, the economy will be so super efficient that we will make back what we paid for the rail and more. So, like
Yeah.
you kind of you don't build factories in order to sort of satisfy demand. You build factories which will then, at some point in time, create demand. Like that is the theory. If you try to do that into like a population that will be about 30% of what it is now at the start of the next century, like what are you even doing at that point?
Mm-hmm.
Um, but again, like the the uh,
But
the
for Malcolm, what's going to happen is, if you build it, they will come. Right? Obviously, they never showed up because they were never born to begin with. But hang on a second. The 75-year-old old people will build a bunch of robots. Every 75-year-old will build 100 robots each. That's what that means, Sir Malcolm. So that's how China saves itself. There we go. I figured it out.
yeah, definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, like the real problem here is just that um, if we're talking about China, like we're starting to see that the real limits of like their current industrial model, like what Adam Tooze called mercantilist on mercantilist violence, with this huge showdown
Mhm.
between. Well, it's not really a showdown; it's more like a beatdown, actually. But like
Oh, yeah.
the match between um, Germany and China,
Yeah.
like the problem is that a country like Germany could basically have this model of like we're just gonna depress domestic wages. And I mean, Germany, like it wasn't illegal to do a strike in
Mhm.
Germany like it is in China, where you get put in jail and your family gets fucked if you try
Mhm.
to organize a strike.
Mhm.
As a Chinese person put it to me, like he who tries to do a strike brings ruin on his whole extended family. Like that's kind of how it works over there. It doesn't work like that in Germany, but I mean it kind of worked like that over in Germany because the unions got together with the big business owners and basically said there will be no more strikes in Germany for any reason at any point. Like we will collude in order to um, lower living standards and lower wages so that we can run this export machine. Well, Germany has less than 100 million people. So, like, if they do it, fine. China today has this massive, like, they have to create all of these industries and they build it and they will come model for 1.4 billion people.
Mhm.
And it turns out that if you build it, they don't actually come. And so now you have industry scaled for 1.4 billion people with like ruinous price competition, a massive overcapacity. And at
Mhm.
that point, you basically have to dump it on the rest of the world.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
You basically have to, and you know, even if you destroy every European car maker and just say, well, you can buy Chinese cars now, like you're not really, that's not such a huge success either.
Mhm.
Because at that point, like the Europeans won't have the money to buy cars at the price point needed for it to make sense to produce them.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you impoverish, if you make the rest of the world poor, you kind of ruin not just your competitors but also your customers.
Yeah. Yeah. Like the
So yeah,
boomers. Yeah. Yeah. Like the boomers, they're like, I'll just use a simple example so that the audience can understand. But like the boomers have these like super expensive homes and they're like, well, I'm just gonna dump this home. Someone's gonna buy it for like $10 million, and then I'll buy a yacht and just like sail off to retirement. Well, boomer, the Zoomers don't have that much money, man. And if
Yeah,
you're expecting them to be your customer, right, it's not gonna work out that way, right?
yeah. Like the funny thing is, like all of the boomer wealth in the U.S. and this is kind of like if we bring this back to, I sure could use some of that Chinese brand rape right now as an American consumer. Okay, well,
Mhm.
there's an analog in a way of like you feeling the effects of being raped here, which is what if your boomer dad died and gave you his house?
Mhm.
Wow, now you're rich. But what if every other boomer dad died at the same fucking time, give or take a couple of years because of how generations work? And all of these $10 million McMansions have to go out on the market. And it
Yeah.
turns out that the average consumer is able to buy or pay, $200,000 for $10 million McMansion. What does that do to you, Mr. Schumer, who was a dollar millionaire?
Yeah.
Suddenly, all of the fixed costs, like your student loans are not going to go down by like 90%. You're still on the hook for that shit. You're still on the hook for everything. It's just that because suddenly house prices are coming down, that means your inheritance is fucking worthless. And also, it means that you're actually going to be paying for your boomer dad with his $10 million home while he's in the elder care,
Mhm.
because elder care, like that, the price of that shit is not going to go down.
Oh yeah.
But if it turns out like the asset, and this is already starting to happen, like if it turns out that the one asset that boomers have, which is real estate, like that shit becomes worthless, it just means that like you are going to have to work like an extra working week at Wendy's, every 10 days in order to pay for your old parents' sort of elder care. Or you can just, I don't know, put them down behind a shed like Old Yeller or whatever. Guess that's cheaper. But like, that is kind of the situation we're heading towards. Like, yes, there will be a huge precipitous fall in housing prices in the US. Like, eventually, housing, like the normal sort of rate for shelter, or the ideal rate should be like your total sort of annual income times three.
Mhm. Mhm.
If it's much higher than that, like that is not sustainable. So if it goes down to like the average income of a Sumer times three for the average sort of Sumer home, yay, huge success. It's just that like the entire sort of wealth structure of America has just been nuked from orbit.
Yeah.
And the actual effects this will have on ordinary people is that I mean, it will probably put them farther away from being able to afford a home than closer, ironically.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so like we are both dealing with these sort of structural issues to growth in a, I don't even want to say like a capitalist economy, but like a sort of late industrial economy where like you can't actually grow like the physical economy
Mhm.
anymore. Because I mean, in terms of like the real world, you've run out of like all the anthracite coal deposits in the world, and now you're burning like third grade like trash instead. And you run out of all of the like conventional oil where you just stick a straw into the ground and you get like massive fountain of oil blowing up. So now we're dealing with like shale oil, like third rate trash.
Yeah.
And all of the trash we're using to fuel our economy is getting more and more expensive every year.
Mhm.
Um, I mean,
Yeah.
John Michael Greer had a good post about this, where it's like, recently about like peak oil, where if you viewed peak oil as like this apocalyptic event, like yes, peak oil was a failure. I mean, it happened and it didn't do what people said it would do. But I mean, that's not the only way to analyze peak oil. You could say that what peak oil would do is it would just create a world in which like growth was de facto impossible, other than I don't know, like stock market bubbles, like AI.
Yeah.
But like actual sort of improvement to living standards will no longer happen, and people would just be in this grinding, like kind of mis- miserable sort of long phase of decline,
Hmm.
which we are in right now, by the way.
Hmm.
Um, and I mean, I was reflecting on this in terms of like video games, because I mean, I kind of started being a gamer. And what is, if you ask Wikipedia, it's not the first console generation. It's actually the third, because the first console generation was like, I don't know, some fucking weird cockamamie computer precursor in the 1970s, and then you had like the Atari and so on. But like, the third console generation, it's like the Super Nintendo.
Hmm.
No, not the Super Nintendo, the Nintendo Entertainment System, the NES, or the Famicom, as it's known
Hmm.
in Japan. 8-bit.
Yeah,
You
that.
have Castlevania and Zelda and all of the other stuff, Bubble Bobble and so on. And so,
Hmm.
like, if you started playing that, like Super Mario Bros. Um, you started playing that, and then 5, 6 years later, you have the Super Nintendo,
Yeah.
and then a couple of years after that, like 4 years later, you have the Nintendo 64,
Hmm.
and then you have the GameCube,
Hmm.
and then you have kind of garbage after that, but whatever. Uh, like like the video games are actually kind of an interesting microcosm of like the the promises and the failures of like perpetual growth here, because you kind of were wowed by like the relentless march of technology. Like I remember being in uh, I want to say like um not even high school, like middle school, and walking into this like small sort of hole in the wall like gaming shop, and seeing that they had gotten like, I think it was like the first Tekken game for PlayStation 2, and I
Hmm.
was just blown away by like, holy shit, these graphics, like what the hell, like this should be impossible.
Hmm.
And then doing the same thing with like Battlefield 3 or whatever, which was like truly ahead of its time and still holds up. But but today there is no like real growth in terms of like graphical fidelity, because we've hit these diminishing returns where if you try to make like a better looking game, it costs 10 times more than just doing what everyone else is doing, and you get like 1% more fidelity out of it. So
Yeah.
like there's no point. It's like the Concorde. Like yes, you could make a plane that's like the Concorde and travels at that speed, but like nobody's gonna pay $10,000 for an airplane ticket if they save 4 hours. Like
Hmm.
4 hours is not worth $10,000.
Hmm.
So like nobody bothers with it, even though it's theoretically possible. But then also because of all of these, all like I was telling my mom, and she kind of like didn't know any of this stuff, but like you know the newest models of iPhones will have half as much memory as the old obsolete ones. Why? Because I mean we're hitting kind of like the bottlenecks and crises in the production of memory, for example. So
Yeah.
everyone isn't getting a more and more powerful computer forever. Like now that process has gone into reverse.
Hmm.
And if you buy a gaming computer 15 years from now, it's going to be worse than the one I already have.
Hmm. Hmm.
Like you're going to be paying more money for something that probably can't run Darktide.
Hmm.
And like people, like they this wasn't really part of the plan. Like if you ask people in the like gaming journalism or whatever, where gaming would be, like if you ask someone in the 2000s, they would have given you an equivalent sort of idea of like the Jetsons. Like instead of flying cars, we just be like virtual reality, and like there would be no difference between gaming and the real world. It would be like Tron or whatever the fuck. And
Mhm.
no, it turns out that all of that stuff is too expensive and too stupid, and the juice is not worth the squeeze.
Mhm.
So, like, I find that like this is kind of an interesting microcosm. Like, it's the same thing with like gun development or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
when was the last time you had an actual like a new gun adopted by anyone that was actually like a real improvement, like a material improvement in the sense that, like, oh, we're no longer using Brown Bess muskets. We're using these percussion caps. We're using like breech-loaded rifles.
Mhm.
No, we're not using breech-loaded rifles. We're using like actual bolt-action rifles now.
Mhm.
No, we're using self-loading rifles. Like, no, that shit hasn't happened for a long time. Like the last sort of extinction burst of that kind of like technological development was stuff like the G11, like caseless ammunition, which like, oh no, this is too expensive for what it does,
Mhm.
and we can just do the thing that we have been doing for 200 years. That works better.
Mhm. Mhm.
Like today, if you want to make like the newest line of AKs, it's
Mhm.
like we reduce the weight of this handguard by 10%.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess that's something. That's like, the total weight of the gun is like 0.5% less because one particular component is like 10% less. Yeah, that is an improvement, but it's a very tiny improvement and probably not worth, 5 years of development
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
But that is kind of like the cul-de-sac that we find ourselves in quite a lot of areas today.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. No, it's gonna get shittier, and like it's all very funny because even this you were talking about guns and all this other stuff, right? But even the concept of AI, right? Like when they talk about AI, what are they actually talking about? They're talking about a bunch of chatbots, right? And they're talking about a bunch of things that have no like practical application to the real world. Okay, fine, you can do some HR work with it, and I guess you can use it as a intern or like a admin assistant or whatever. Okay, fine, sure, right? You lose like, I don't know, for every dollar you put in, you lose like 95 to 98 cents on it, right? So that's what that is. I mean, a lot of this shit, the orange, like the juice is just not worth the squeeze, right? But yeah, no, there's gonna be a lot of that shit like that. Sir Malcolm, there will be blood. Yay or nay? What do you think?
I mean, if we're thinking about like Pete Hegseth, I think he's gonna drink himself to death before the Iranians have a chance to get at him. So yeah, I mean there might be blood in the vomit or whatever.
Yeah.
So like after a night of hard drinking.
There we go. There we go.
But I mean, someone asked like um someone asked what like my thoughts were about the current situation. Like, are the Iranians being stupid or smart or whatever? Like, are they winning or are they losing? Like with these MOU or like negotiations and so on. And it's like I tend to think that people can kind of focus a bit too much on the play by play here.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Like they like it's they're sports commentators and they're going like, oh, like they're commentating on the latest sort of match of dive grass where it's like, oh, I don't this passing, I don't really know like if this particular pass was that good. And I mean, that's not like that is real, but at the end of the day, like what really matters here are the structural factors. So
Yeah.
the problem facing America is that it basically has this entire alliance structure that is built on something that has already been disproven. Like the US has been looting like Korea and Japan and so on for weapons that were ostensibly meant to protect them against China. And
Yeah.
so now that security guarantee is worthless. And like America is already at the point where it's like all of these sort of arms deals, it's just legalized theft. Like you sign away billions of dollars to the Americans and they say, yeah, well, we're going to take your billions, but we're not going to give you any weapons.
Delivery. Yeah, basically
Yeah.
The weapon system doesn't show up. Yeah, I mean, like you're talking about the play-by-play. I think that's what that is, right? They're like, enough, why did that ship go through the Omani route? Why is Iran not doing anything? I'm like, dude, they signed an MOU. They're both stalling, right? Trump is an orange nigger, right? He changes his position every 5 minutes. Heck said, or I don't know, one of the other fucking courtiers and eunuchs, they told him, oh my gosh, Emperor Trump, if you stall, Iran will surrender any second now, right? Like, okay, in a situation where the two guys are stalling, right? Which structural forces, once again, right? Which structural forces favor, right? Iran, and which structural forces favor America? Well, for America, there aren't any, right? Like, I mean, and I'm not simply joking about that, right? Like, you can go to like Michael McFaul, Robert Kagan, you can go to all the big neocon names. They agree with what I just said, right? Like, for them, the medium to long term war will simply be won by Iran waiting it out, right? Now, obviously, they're gonna say shit like, we killed 3,000 Iranians, they only killed 10 of us, blah, blah. They'll say the same like fucking American goyim crap, right? But like even the fucking neocon courtiers and eunuchs, they're not of this opinion that like, yeah, America has like this attritional thing in its favor that it can leverage against Iran. No, it doesn't, right? Okay, now what about Iran? What does Iran have in its favor? Well, obviously, the SPR getting looted by the American vassals and whatnot, the fact that refinery capacity and all these other things are fucked, the fact that gas, oil, and these other things, when it comes to export markets and having the correct grade of those things, it's the Middle East that can provide that. It's not the fucking Gulf of Mexico that Medhurst and these other idiots talk about, right? There's no volume nor mass for that stuff, right? And if you think there's some fucking 12D chess by America to become an energy hegemon, right? Even though it's like the second largest importer of oil, and it literally is like, the shale revolution ended like what, during COVID? And now we're in like the stagnant to declining phase of the run. I mean, I got a very nice bridge to sell you in London, my friend. So there you go.
Yeah, the basic issue here is that you have the tyranny of geography. Like the Strait of Hormuz is where the Strait of Hormuz is. Like it won't pick up its bags and move like a migratory bird to somewhere else in the world if Iran sort of stalls in slightly the wrong way. And like all of these structural issues all just at some point, like they don't really matter. Like when I was younger, I thought, and I didn't really have much of a structural view of things. I don't think you young people are capable of having that.
Yeah, basically.
Unless they're truly exceptional.
Yeah.
But like, I kind of had this sort of delusions of grandeur of like, this is like a critical moment in history and like we need sort of political reform and all of that stuff. And it's like, yes, you can think that, but it's like, are you saying that like the fall of the Roman Empire was like a skill issue? Like, if you just hopped up back to like the 4th century AD and just had your smart ideas about reform, like, the Roman Empire would still be here. Like, no, like at some point, these things are just much bigger than, smart guys or dumb guys. You kind of have, like,
like, isn't that but isn't that the whole, like, okay, there's an entire genre, and it's not just a Western genre. Like, even in the non-Western world, you have this entire genre of, like, a guy from the future goes back to the past, and he has, like, this amazing tech difference with the guy from the past. And oh, here's how you actually run the Roman Empire properly. You bring like modern engineers and this other shit. Like, Sir Malcolm, is it not the case that like this way of looking at the world? It's like, yeah, man, it's just a skill issue. We just needed the right tech, the right skills, the right decision makers, the right politicians, and all the other shit that happened, whether it's the fall of the Roman Empire or I don't know, the fucking Black Death. Like, hey, man, we could have stopped the Black Death if we had like modern medicine, man. So there you go.
Yeah, like I mean, the the problem here is just that I don't think one should personalize these things all that much.
Yeah, exactly.
There are definitely like a bunch of sort of conflicts taking place inside Iran itself, but like whether we should do these negotiations at all, like if the juice there is worth the squeeze, and it's like, yeah, in this sort of very short term, I'm not really sure that like what Iran is doing is like the Pareto optimal strategy. But on the other end, like I don't really care that much if I'm being honest, because like nothing that like happens in the short term here, like okay, Trump is going to get like a big win with the population, the American population for the next 8 weeks, where his like popularity numbers will only collapse at half the speed they've been collapsing recently. Like, yes, okay, yeah, that is a big win in the mind space that Trump occupies. But it doesn't really do anything. Like, the U.S. empire is fucked here. They have very few cards to play, and all of the cards they are playing are kind of like making things worse in the long run. Like, they're doing these insanely costly escort missions.
Exactly.
Where they're not using ships. They're using like all of these, they have like four or eight.
Bro, they're using the flying boomer. They're using the A-10
Warthog.
Yeah.
They're using A-10s. They're using like 8, tankers on station at any one time. And like this costs so much money. And it also puts stress on the aircraft. And once these aircraft go down for maintenance, they're not coming back anytime soon. So, and like if they suffer some sort of catastrophic mechanical failure, like that is one plane left. Like the U.S. cannot replace its planes. Yes, the U.S. is producing a lot of F-35s. Like those planes don't even have radars at this point, bro. So like they're completely useless in combat. Like the U.S. it just doesn't have like you can sort of run this military roughshod because at this point like it's a military that doesn't fucking matter. Like yes, it can kill a bunch of school children or whatever, but can it accomplish any sort of strategic goals, political goals against like an actual serious organized country? No, like it stopped being able to do that a long time ago, and now like it's literally using antiques, like Americans going ooh and ah at like Apache helicopters or whatever flying. Like it's really pathetic, man.
Bro. Like you quoted this guy, and this guy like. He's like, American culture is so dominant that our most advanced military aircraft do the same slow turn to look at you that fills you with utter terror. Like I saw that shit, and I'm like, bro, America is not a real country. America is a fucking like implantation, man. Like, what the fuck? Seriously? Like a grown ass actually typed that on Twitter, man. Holy shit.
First of all, like the only moment in history, where this has been what he's saying has been true is in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, where you could call in a Harrier jump jet if you kill like 8 people, and it would hover in the air and use some fucking like use its cannon to blow up people. But the problem with the Harrier just hovering in the air like a fucking retard is that you could just take an RPG-7 and blow it out of the air in 2 seconds, which is what everyone did.
Yeah.
Like this stuff is only meant for landing and takeoff, and it sort of carries with it like massive costs on the airframe. Like it makes the plane really slow, really bad at turning. Because like the capacity to actually do these kind of vertical takeoff and landing things are like the it is sort of engineering wise a really hard ask. Like, but what's funny is also it's also part of an outdated doctrine. Like it's part of like the Marine Corps idea. But like the Marine Corps, and you saw this with the Iraq War, where it's like, what if the Marines just land on Karg Island or whatever? And it's like the Marines just tell you, and the Navy just tells you, yeah, we have a policy of never going like within 200 or 300 miles of any shoreline until the war is won. Because if there's one guy with a missile, he can just take out our ship and like kill 4,000 people. So,
hey, but
so like,
Malcolm, you're wrong, man. But you're wrong. One American 40-year-old homeless veteran junkie who is amputated, he can kill 1,000 Iranians. All he needs to do is get bed. No, bro, he got to get out of bed. He got to put the butter in his coffee, right? He got to listen to some like America fuck yeah music. And after that, man, if you just prime him with the right like substances and drugs, he can easily kill 1,000 Iranians. That's what they're telling me, man. That's what they're telling me.
Yeah, but like in the real world here, like the U.S. During the 250th birthday, yes, you had B-2s, you had B-1s and B-52s doing overflights in New York and D.C. And it's like, these are fucking antiques, man. Like the B-52, like the last airframe was completed in the early 1960s, bro. This shit, you should put that. It belongs in a museum, bro. And then you have the B-2, which is like super antiquated Cold War stealth technology that doesn't fucking work in a modern environment. And then you have the B-1B, which is like the swing wing thing, which is another sort of antiquated concept which nobody uses anymore because it's like really expensive, essentially, like incredibly maintenance intensive, which is really great when you're a sort of super rich country on the upswing of the like roller coaster here, and you have money burning a hole in your pocket. When you're on the decline, having really ornery, high in like super maintenance intensive airframes using technologies that are unreliable, not a great look. But also, like, this shit, it's like 50 years old in some cases, 60 in others, and the spring chicken's like 40 years old. I mean, the Chinese military parade, at least the shit there was new. At least they had like, okay, here's this plane or this like drone plane prototype that we built 2 years ago. Here's this new robot dog that we're doing testing on, like right now. Here's this latest variant of like this microwave weapon or whatever that's like still in active development. It's not like, here's a fucking Mosin Nagant from World War II. Look at us, China strong. Like, but that is again part of the hypernormalization, where it's like Americans, if you ask them, it's like, no, actually, we always had like really old shit. Like we rode into World War II on fucking, donkey carts or whatever. Like we didn't have airplanes. Like airplanes hadn't been invented in World War II. Or like, yeah, sure, they were invented, but like Americans never fight with new equipment.
Yeah.
We could only use airplanes in the Yugoslav war because at that point, like, the Red Baron's fucking red biplane was 60 years old. So then it was permissible to use it, like bombing Yugoslavia. Like, no, actually, America has been at sort of the quote unquote cutting edge of technology for a while, and now it's no longer that. And so people pretend like, having these museum shows
Mhm.
is like that is the height of excellence.
Mhm.
And it creates this really interesting schizophrenia where it's like, again, this shit is old. It's like a fucking 50-year-old showing up to high school prom and going like, "Well, can I get a dance?"
Yeah.
Like, no, dude. Like, what are you even doing there? Like, get out.
Yeah. 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 It's an actual embarrassment. It's an actual embarrassment, especially when the fucking American goyim moo loudly about like being a cybernetic enhanced, like super technologically superior force, right? And you point out to the goyim that, bro, you literally are using 60-year-old junk, right? You're using 60-year-old junk, right? But that's what that is. Um, yeah, like, oh yeah, we blew up a school with 200 schoolgirls, therefore your argument is invalid. Well, I mean, no, that's not how this works, right? So yeah, no, but actually, now that we're on the subject of the American goyim, right? Like, I think the Iranian funeral is gonna be like 12, 13, 15 million people. And I don't know, Washington, D.C. had a couple dozen people at the fucking 250th birthday. I mean, Sir Malcolm, which of these two societies is like a collapsing shithole, and which one of these is actually a society which believes in itself?
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge mystery right there.
Yeah. Oh dear. Just like, let's see what our mutual pinball is up to. Right conservatives be like, the hecking leftists are violent and aggressive, and they're willing to fight and die for their cause. Yeah, nigger, that's a good thing. That's why they're winning, you useless jet. It's quite funny. Like, the goyim, they're just like, yeah, we killed 3,500 Iranians and we only lost 15 Americans. America, fuck yeah, we won the war, right? And then it's like, and then in real life, they cry and bitch and moan about, oh, Charlie Kirk got shot and this thing happened and the other thing happened. I'm like, bro, like, are you like a warrior, barbarian, Anglo-Saxon, blah blah blah, or are you a little bitch? Like, you gotta pick one, man. You can't like, okay, 8 hours of the day, where as I'm online, I'm gonna be a warrior, Saxon, barbarian, blah blah blah, and then the remaining 4 hours, I cry at Indians stealing my jobs, and like, and then I cry about Muslim terrorists or whatever. Fuck. Like, what is this, man? Like, what the fuck is this? Seriously? Oh
Yeah,
dear.
the
Yeah.
I mean, what do you even say to that kind of stuff? Like the real hilarity or inanity about like oh well, we only lost 15 people. It's like they're lying about that shit, bro.
Oh yeah.
Like it's all this sort of, well, look at our stats, man.
Yeah.
But like the stats are just jokes. Like it's the same thing with this oil crap where it's like, um by manipulating sort of this abstraction of the physical economy, which is, the futures contract.
Yeah.
I mean, in theory, futures contracts are supposed to be a supplement to like a healthy spot market. Um, and so like they're supposed to complement the like the economic transactions
Yeah.
in oil and make them more well-rounded and more sort of balanced.
Mhm.
But now we've sort of broken the futures market away from the real economy and made it like this sort of self-referential casino that's going to collapse at some point, like in the not so distant future.
Yeah, basically.
In order to make a point about the real world economy, where it's like, well, I mean, this buying paper oil has never been cheaper. And that means it's a big W for Trump. I mean, the Americans do the same thing with warfare. It's like the tyranny of the abstraction here over like the sort of the real world, where eventually, and again, like this is one of the driving forces for civilizational collapse, where the real world, you can't really interact with it, you can't really talk about it, like nobody's interested, like the only thing that matters is what the abstraction is. um um like the Americans did the same thing if you think about the war in Afghanistan, where it's like, we are going to make sure to classify as many dead Americans as possible as contractors, so that they're not counted in the official statistics, so that we have like this amazing kill-death ratio. I mean, they're still fucking killing Americans, right? Americans employed by the U.S. military. Oh, no, look, like the number says only a couple of hundred of American soldiers have died. Yeah, but these guys
brain injuries,
wearing rifles and
brain traumatic injuries, Sir Malcolm. Nobody died from those missiles, man.
Yeah. But it's like, okay, but these quote unquote contractors are wearing like American body armor and like living in American military bases, using, American rifles and so on. And they're Americans and they're paid by the American government, like the Department of Defense. Yeah, but like we did this sort of statistical sleight of hand, so they're not counted as dead Americans. Which means we won.
Sir Malcolm,
okay,
I asked Grok, Sir Malcolm, and Grok says 3,500 Iranians dead, only 15 Americans dead. Therefore, we won, and it's proven by AI, which is a super intelligence. Therefore, everything it said is true.
Yeah. I mean, like,
pure solipsism, bro. Like this is like like that Greek myth of like the guy who looked at his own reflection and he was so mesmerized, starved to death. That's like all of Western civilization right now, like all of it. It's just like, and it's so fucking funny. It's like, well, it's $68 to buy paper oil, and then I'm just like, okay, so is that a price you can find in, I don't know, you're in Singapore and you're trying to buy oil from another part of the world? And he says no. Then, okay, well why the fuck does it matter? Right? Because what you've done is, if you destroy the futures market, you make the shortages that come in like a few weeks or months from now even worse. It's like, well, it doesn't matter, man, because like Iran will pussy out by then and we'll win anyways, because like, we killed like 3,500 of them and we only lost 15 of ours. And so it's just like, it's solipsism, it's like ethnocentrism, it's like this continuous loop back and circular reasoning. And that's what the entire thing is, man. Like, that's what the entire thing. I mean, people tell me, oh, enough, there's smarter people, like, why are you focused on a bunch of Twitter comments? And, the world isn't Twitter. Look, man, I understand that Twitter is just a single website, right? But a lot of these accounts are official accounts. They're not like, average Joe or Jane or like, a fucking rightoid goyim with like an anime avatar pic or whatever, right? A lot of these are like, okay, Institute for the Study of War, Robert Kagan, this thing, that thing. There's like, it's not a purely online thing that myself and Sir Malcolm are talking about, right? It is a real thing. Now, maybe on the Twitter world, it's magnified, right? But like even in the real world, like people actually believe this shit. Like they believe that America is like this protagonist of human history, right? And any moment now, things are going to resolve itself. And oil is not an issue. We export oil, and oil is under our feet. We're not going to go broke or whatever. I mean, the Soviet Union, by that argument, should never have stopped existing because it had like what $100 trillion worth of stuff underneath its feet, right? So pure nonsense, pure slop, right? That's what that is. Yeah. So. Look at that, Sir Malcolm. Woman is a flower. Got the latest iteration of that meme right there. From the chat.
Yeah. I mean, I just think it's going to be. It's hard to tell exactly how all of this is going to play out because again, like the 250th birthday celebration, it kind of illustrated something to me, which is the first time, like the last year where you had the military parade.
Yeah.
That was actually kind of like a how do I put this? Like it was kind of a watershed moment in the sense that like a lot of people were really afraid of like, okay, this is gonna be like a fascist takeover. This is gonna be the shape of the future, like after Trump destroys the republic and becomes like Augustus or whatever. People were actually afraid of that, like leftists and so on in America. And then they looked at the parade and went like, okay, well, there's not going to be any fucking fascism. This country is just falling apart.
It's fucking lark, man. The entire thing is a fucking joke. The entire thing was a fucking joke.
But like the point here that's salient to make is that the 249th birthday was interesting because that was like the immovable object hitting the unstoppable force, where like the unstoppable force is like the belief that, okay, well, we're gonna have like super duper American fascism or whatever. And then the immovable object is the reality of decline. And so like you had a mismatch between expectations and reality. That was the big thing now. And when people who had this mismatch between expectations and reality saw the military parade, like they went kind of crazy. I remember watching that while like out in the pub drinking some beers, and like I started giggling like an insane person. Like I couldn't fucking believe it. Like someone said, "Yeah, this military parade is sponsored by Coinbase, right?" And I'm like, "No, dude, you're shitting me. You're shitting me, dude. Like, come on, like this." I know you're trying to trick me at this point. Yes, we all hate America here, but like, be realistic here. Like, there's no way to do that. And they like just show me the video, and I just start laughing out loud. But today, like this sort of 4th of July or the quarter millennial or whatever, there were no expectations anymore.
None whatsoever. Yeah. Fox News say several hundred people. Like even Fox News was not fucking trying to convince people. Like they were fucking lying the entire broadcast, and they were not even trying to convince people. Yeah, this is an amazing thing.
Yeah. I mean, I saw their live coverage, and it's like, oh, we have a funny guy in a car. Like, oh, look at this, and it's like, yeah, but you have funny guys in a car on a Tuesday in America.
Yeah.
And people, I had some Americans saying, "Oh no, like this is the best celebration ever. Like I'm at home drinking beer and people are shooting off fireworks." Okay, well, that's a fucking first day in Albania.
Yeah, bro.
While people are at home and they're drinking beer. Okay, well, welcome to the Balkans, bro. They don't need a day that comes around every 250 years to be at home and drink beer in the Balkans. Like they do that all the time. And so going like if that is like the level of you like Americans talk about like the racism of low expectations. Like once you say that, well, we had a really great sort of the 250th birthday celebration because I didn't go to work. Like that is like a racism of low expectation that makes anything America has ever done about like quote unquote Negroes uh like some sort of tiger mom bullshit by comparison.
Yeah.
Like but again, like we're in now in a qualitatively different situation where there are no expectations anymore. Like nobody ever, like they're not gonna lift a finger to do anything to like they wouldn't piss on the country if it was on fire at this point.
Yeah.
And that is kind of the calm before the storm. That like once you have this weird situation where like nobody believes in anything anymore, like any official narratives, or that the government has any sort of legitimacy, or like they don't even get mad at like crypto scams or whatever from the president, because it's like, yeah, well, this country is a fucking joke anyway. Um, like I can't get mad because I don't care. Like once you're at like the last year of the Soviet Union at that point. And so we haven't really avoided the economic implosion. In fact, all of the stuff that Trump is doing is just making that implosion worse. Like if this was the 1970s, and I kind of say this because we know what happened in the 1970s, so this isn't really even a counterfactual. Like we would have rationing, and we would have state policy to like limit sort of demand, to destroy demand from the top down in order to make sure that we didn't run into crippling shortages. Now we have policies designed to increase demand. Like in Sweden, for example, they abolished the gas tax, which is like the most stupid fucking thing you can do in a situation like this. Like it is actively stupid on every level, because if the problem is that the price mechanism is, moving the price up because there's not enough gas for everyone, if you remove the gas tax, you aren't creating more gas. And so the main point of the price mechanism here, which is to do rationing by ability to pay, that will still be in effect. Like the price will organically rise to the same level it was before until enough people are priced out of the market. It's just that the government gets zero revenue from that process. And also, like, it's going to be a much harder, like, it's going to be harder to push the price down in the future, because you can't really abolish the gas tax into like enough supply in the future, because you've already done it. Like if people were smart, they would just say no. Like the gas tax says, the cure to high oil prices is high oil prices. But here is your free bus card. Like we're making going by bus or going by train free. Like you can just get on a train and get to Stockholm or whatever for 0 crowns during this crisis, because trains don't run on gasoline. So every trip you take by train just means that like the price for other people at the pub will be lower. Like if you did that, yes, it would cost some money, but it wouldn't be like counterproductive. But in today, like politicians are too stupid to really understand these things, I think, and also they don't give a fuck. And so we have this situation where we have this like sort of hyper normalization of decline, total lack of legitimacy for the government, and they're like artificially boosting demand in the worst supply crisis in living memory.
Yeah,
like this is gonna there will be blood, as they say. It's gonna end in tears. And again, like you have all of these people, like these fucking shills, being like super triumphalists right now, going like, "Oh, you said like gasoline would run out, and like it's not." And it's like you look at the actual SPR, and that shit is running out, bro.
It's
like running,
bro. The war started, and it was at like 415 million. It's now like I looked at the math. It's like 0.8 to 1 million drawdown every day, every fucking day throughout this war, right? Some days it's 1.3, some days it's 0.6, but like the average is like a million a day. And like the safe limit is like a number between 250 and 150. America's fucked, bro. Like absolutely fucked, right? and like, well, enough. It doesn't matter because we can just start another war and just get oil from somewhere else, or America's gonna get like Shale 2.0, and there's gonna be another boom or a revolution. And oh, why, nobody collapsed 30 minutes ago or 5 minutes ago. Ha, take that, doomer. Like, this is all rubbish, man. It's all rubbish. Like there's no thinking about the consequences of their actions. Number one. Number two, there's no like basic like reasoning here. It's all like fucking faith based arguments. Like th- there's these guys out there who are like oh, if we just give money to women and they'll have kids, and look at what Hungary's doing, and South Korea and Japan, man, they can like those guys, they look sane by comparison with regard to like these fucking guys who are like, yeah, the Straits of Hormuz don't matter, and America is just gonna like figure out a way to get more oil and whatever the fuck. I'm like, okay, sure, man. All right, believe that, right? And when the shortages and the outages show up, don't come crying back to us doomers. It's like, oh, yeah. So it's
I mean, at the end of the day, like, I tend to think that um, the people in the quote unquote doomer space, like a lot of them, unfortunately, like they aren't. They always have this kind of like when you go to some sort of bondage club or whatever, where they strangle you, whatever. You have like a safe word where like you're supposed to just say that, and like the strangulation stops. Um, China is the safe word for a lot of people. And if they don't, like, I think that like someone like John Michael Greer has a slightly different like set of blind spots or whatever. But in general, I would say that like I don't think that the latest couple of years have been particularly kind to like these sort of safe words. I mean, I don't I don't really think that Greer's sense of the populist right as this sort of
he's
genuinely reformist force that is like
that's laughable, man. I'm sorry.
yeah,
Man.
I mean it's like the latest news on that is like Caroline Leavitt, which is the spokesperson for the White House, spokeswoman, the strong spokeswoman who don't need no man, except she kind of does.
70-year-old real estate developer. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like she married a guy that was like 46 or 48 years old when she was like at the year she was born. And she's sitting there like at 20 years of age, going like, people in my generation, like they're born with a silver spoon in their mouth. They've never had a real job. And they don't want to work a real job. And it's like, okay, well, sorry, like not everyone can become a fucking gold miner, like which is the industry you decided to engage yourself in the metaphorical sense. But like, imagine having like that. That is worse than Joe Biden. Like Joe Biden, he had like the actually pretty hot, I think. Like the red haired one, what's her name? Jen Psaki. And Jen Psaki, she was kind of like, she was a fairly good spokesperson given like the fucking mean average here of White House press flags. And then you have like the Haitian or like I can't remember her name, but like the one that replaced Saki, which was kind of a DEI hire in some sense. She was kind of belittling people, insulting their intelligence, and giving like nonsensical answers to questions. But like Jean Pierre, whatever her name was, would never in 1,000 years try to insult like all American young people by talking to some fucking Fox News host who has himself never had a real job. Like he started working in cable TV out of college. Like having a fucking gold digger married to a person more than twice her age, like older than her own dad.
Yeah.
Like going like, oh well, these people don't have real jobs. Like that is a level of cultural decline.
Sir Malcolm, you can live the American dream as long as you become a plaything for a man double your age. That's what he's teaching us. There you go. Oh dear.
Yeah, like so the issue here is that like that sort of out where it's like, okay, well, things are pretty bleak, but at least like the MAGA train is on track. No, I think the MAGA train is derailed and it's crashed into a brick wall and then exploded, and then it's been hit by a fucking Koramsar 4 missile. So like that train is a smoldering wreck. But
Yeah.
like people kind of have that out as well with China, where it's like, yeah, well, like, okay, yeah, the decadent West, but look at China, which is so based in red pill. And like, I used to think that way too. I mean, not like that wasn't really an analysis; it was like a lack of analysis. It's like I hadn't really read anything or followed anything out of China other than like scattered sort of news reports. So I kind of just assumed that they had everything under control. And then I just go to confirm that they do have everything under control. And then you kind of realize, oh my God, like, no, things are not really that great.
They believe all the shit that Westerners believed in the 1950s and the 1970s. It's just that there's a few colorations here and there. But ultimately, whether it's lifelong learning or all this other crap, they're going to make all the same errors, man. Like, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, they might not make the same errors, but only because they might make new and in some ways more dangerous errors.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and I mean, I get like all of these, like the China commentariat stuff. It's so annoying. Like I got put into like this sort of category of like China watchers or whatever, like because I don't trust the plan. Which is like, no, actually, like there's no fucking teams here.
Yeah. Yeah. But what the
but like
do you ever ask them though? But bro, like I gotta interrupt you for 5 seconds. Do you ever ask them what the fuck is the plan? Like, what is the plan for China? Like, how the fuck, like the multipolar types? And look, you and I, we have affection for them in a certain sense, right? But they're a bit fucking annoying after a while. You're like, okay, this multipolar world you're talking about, fine, I agree with you, but like, what the fuck is the plan? Like, Russia and China, okay, fine. So America collapses, right? Global logistics is fucked. 80% of global logistics is like seaborne, right? What the fuck is the plan? Like, all right, enough, China and Russia are gonna build railways to connect the entire world. What the fuck is the plan? Like that doesn't do anything, man. I'm sorry, but like, to have 8.5 billion people on the planet and to have like modern industrial society, to have these things without sea power, oil, coal, gas, like, okay, enough, China's gonna build the fucking fusion reactors. Like you're just repeating stuff from the 1950s, man. Right? Nobody has been able to tell me what the fuck the plan is. Nobody. Like they always tell me some shit from the 1950s and the 1970s, except repackaged with like, oh, have some like science fiction slop, but science fiction slop with Chinese characteristics. That's what they feed me, man. Like, okay, fine, whatever.
I mean, like the interesting thing here is like, well, I see this a lot with some people on like the sort of team pro China or team anti China. Like they are incapable of holding a conversation. So like this guy who is this, China pro China watcher or whatever, Legon, he came in and said, quote, my dude, it's not like all of China's real estate values vanished into nothingness and now everyone has zero or negative wealth. Prices fell like financial assets sometimes do. It doesn't mean the houses are now worthless. This isn't stock price goes to zero. Well, I mean, nobody was making that fucking point. Like, I wish people could discuss the issue here where it's like, yeah, okay, ordinary Chinese people are getting screwed. Like, and this has a bunch of knock-on effects on like consumption patterns and saving patterns and on like domestic demand generation, which in turn has knock-on effects on like the profit margins of industries and so on. Uh, like replying with, oh well, you're implying that like replying with saying, oh
You're
well,
implying
so
that the
you're
world is
saying,
going to end. Yeah, you're
so
implying.
so
Yeah, yeah,
you're
yeah.
saying there are zero pieces of money left in the Chinese economy. There is no money left whatsoever. Like, no, nobody's making that fucking case. Like, you could just say, well, the Great Depression didn't happen because you meant to say by the Great Depression that like money stopped existing in the US, like dollars went extinct.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
there
yeah.
were still dollars. I have a picture of someone during the Great Depression buying a hot dog with $1. What do you
Yeah.
say now? And it's like, please talk about the actual fucking structural issues here.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
whenever I see people go like big circles around the actual structural issues, I start to think that like this is ideology at play.
Mhm.
And like again, like the problem here that China is facing, and this is like officially acknowledged, it's that they have too weak domestic demand.
Yeah.
And they have ruinous competition and over investment in all of their like flagship futuristic industries. Like all of the stuff that's supposed to be like the way that China, crowbars open the door into like the science fiction future. That those are all the areas that are in the worst crisis. So electric car production, cool. Yes, China makes a huge number of really impressive electric cars. Too bad they can't make any fucking money or
Yeah.
have any sort of useful profit margins on any of it.
Yeah.
So they've built all of these amazing factories,
Mhm.
which can't make much money.
Yeah.
Like that, and they built all of these solar panel factories, which are the envy of the world, and the solar panel factories are losing money.
Yeah.
So who's gonna buy all of that shit? Like, are the Germans gonna buy that? Like, deindustrialized Germany? Is Portugal gonna borrow money to buy all of that crap? From where?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, are 10 million Swedes gonna like open their wallets and just go, okay, well, we're gonna support your industrial investment-led industrial model here, China. Like Sweden is gonna carry you on its back. No, Sweden won't do that, and it can't fucking do that. Sweden can't even put on its own pants in the morning at this point. And again, like you kind of have people saying like, well, deflation is really great. Like, okay, they're having deflation in the Chinese economy. And that just means that if you buy a Sony PlayStation, it costs less than it cost 5 years ago. So deflation is really good. My nigger in, golf, like whatever, like my nigger in Harlem. Listen,
My
deflation
Negro in Kentucky. My white nigga.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deflation is a fucking disaster. The moment people are going like, I don't see what's so bad about deflation. Like, it just means that prices are going down. Like, the moment people say that, like, you know that something is really fucking wrong.
Deflation is like when economic activity fucking freezes, right?
Yeah,
Prices
exactly.
are collapsing. Prices are collapsing. If prices are collapsing, whether it's consumers or producers or all these other things, they're going to look at the price signal. They're going to look at their stuff and they're going to go, holy fuck, things are going to get cheaper and cheaper, right? So if I'm looking for an input to my process of manufacturing or whatever the fuck, I'm going to wait until quote unquote it gets cheaper, right? And again, right, if I'm like someone else who's like a wage earner or whatever the fuck, and my wages are going down and whatnot, well, what about my output? So you understand what's happening, right? So
yeah,
the entire thing freezes. And what happens when things freeze? You get criminal activity, right? Like a lot of people forget this, but during the Great Depression in America and in large parts of Europe, fucking gangs, again, whether it's in America, you had Bonnie and Clyde and all this other shit happening, right? The gangs and these guys, they get into the groove of things because whether it's the authorities, whether it's like basic economic incentives, they prevent these guys. Sorry, but they are unable to prevent these guys from running amok, right? So, I mean, like, whatever, man. If the fucking white nigger in Kentucky is like, yeah, man, I need the fucking Chinese problems in my society. I'm like, okay, man, if you want deflation and you want your society to fall apart, go on right ahead, right? But
yeah, the sort of canard from Weimar Germany is that like the actual period of hyperinflation wasn't really that bad. Like, yes, you had to spend your money the moment you got it. Like, if you waited a couple of days after you were paid your paycheck, like you were fucked. But ironically, this had a pretty good, like, this had a healthy effect on large parts of the economy. Like, if your money just fucking disintegrates into nothing after 72 hours, you're spending that money right now. And so you're going to like the cinema or whatever. Like people actually did that stuff. Like they went to the cinema, like they had to spend their money. And so like you actually had like significant economic activity. Like hyperinflation did not kill off like economic intercourse. So yes, like there were a lot of like bad things about it, like savings got completely wrecked. But again, like savings getting completely wrecked doesn't necessarily imply there is no spending going on. And yes, you had to bring a fucking wheelbarrow to the convenience store to buy, a bottle of water or whatever. But yeah, like, that just meant that like the sellers of wheelbarrows were enjoying boom times. But it's when the German economy turned from hyperinflation into deflation that the real nightmare began.
Yeah.
And so once people start saying like, "Oh, what's the big deal with deflation? Like we can have a bit, China can have a bit of deflation as a treat." Like that is desperate. That is insanely desperate. And again, like China is at this point, like it started out by saying like, "What deflation? We have no deflation. There's no deflation here." To going like, well, we don't have deflation. We just have this thing that we call like this political term, which basically means deflation, but it's not so bad. And now they're saying, yeah, okay, we have deflation, and it's not that great, and it might get worse. And if you have deflation, like you might just set yourself up for like something similar to the great crash of like in Japan. And people have really they have reinterpreted the Japanese crash as like the Japanese economy was so great, and then the evil Americans did the Plaza Accord, and they basically strangled the Japanese economy, and like that's why it's so bad. Well, I mean, the Americans have strangled one economy, kinda, which is Germany through blowing up Nord Stream. But again, like the Germans were kind of partners in crime for that. And in the Japanese case, it wasn't really like that at all. Like the Plaza Accords weren't really what caused the Japanese crisis. The Japanese crisis was in some ways caused by the Americans, yes. But as Ive Smith of Naked Capitalism points out, and she kind of cut her teeth at Sumitomo Bank, which is, if you know Japan, like Sumitomo is one of the old, really big, like old industrial concerns. So if you play Victoria 3, for example, you can create the Sumitomo company as one of your like early industrial companies, because they are like up there with Mitsubishi and so on. But the thing is, like her analysis, and I have seen nothing to disprove this. It's essentially that like what really killed, like if you want to say that the Americans killed the Japanese economy, like yes, you can say that. But then you basically have to say that the way they did it is by saying, you guys should really deregulate your banks and allow them to, lend money more freely, which the Japanese then did. And then it turns out that like Sumimoto and the rest of them had no fucking clue how to actually lend money. And when they tried to lend money into the Japanese economy without any regulation whatsoever, they created all of these massive asset bubbles.
Yeah.
Which then basically like exploded, suffocated the Japanese economy. But generally speaking, you only really create asset bubbles if you have some other sort of dampener on growth. Like if you have some really easy way to grow a lot, like you're just gonna go with that. You're not gonna inflate asset bubbles necessarily. But in the Chinese case, like because what really killed off Japan is you have all of these banks making all of these loans that make no goddamn sense, and like this becomes such a Gordian knot for the entire economy that trying to unwind the bubble is almost impossible because like these banks are basically bankrupt or insolvent if you actually have to mark down all of the like if you say this investment we made at like 100 billion yen is now worth 10 million yen. If you actually do that for all investments, like, everyone's insolvent. And so you have all of so you just don't do that. You just like keep all of these non-performing loans and like ghost assets on the books. And you have this zombified economy. Like again, like you don't you don't want to cut off the Gordian knot with the sword because that will be traumatic. It's the Gordian knots. You can't actually just use your hands to entangle them. China has its own way of going into that kind of like checkmate position, which is essentially that like the way that it fueled its growth for the last like 40 years has been like the Chinese model is really kind of gnarly. Like it's when you have like a special needs kid and you say, well, he's very unique, he's very different, and you kind of hear from the tone of voice that different, it doesn't mean different in a good way. Well, I mean, the Chinese system is very different, and it's not really necessarily different in a positive way because it's a very decentralized country in a lot of ways. But the decentralization is not necessarily like one of benign neglect. The decentralization is also one of like fleeing from responsibility. So in a sense, like the central government says, like we need economic growth. Come up with a way to generate economic growth, and you will be promoted. And if you don't have economic growth, you will be demoted. And so that's the orders going out to like local cadres. And local cadres sort of experiment. They come up with various models. And then when those models have like inbuilt bonds into them that explode after 10 years, the central government says, well, this isn't our fault. We endorsed this method that had a bomb in it that then exploded. Yeah, sure, but like we didn't come up with it, so you can't blame us. You have to blame like the local people. And in this case, like the way this happened was like the Chinese sort of model of raising revenue today, or at least not like they're doing that. This is changing, so I won't say today, but like the last 15 years, 20 years, which created a huge number of problems, is that like Chinese municipalities and like local districts and so on, they raise money through land sales.
Yeah.
And so the way that they actually got like tax revenue to fund, hospitals and all of that crap was not through like the way that you would think it works in like Germany or whatever, where you go to a company and you tax their profits, then you go to like a person and then you say, well, I'm gonna tax 40% of your income. Like that, yeah, that happens in China too, but that wasn't really like the trick. That was kind of a supplementary income stream, and it's been like there's like a long history where like China's gone through different models where like taxation was handled like by the central government entirely, blah blah blah. We don't have to go into that, but like the Chinese like localities basically came up with the idea of funding their own operations and funding growth through developing parcels of land and then selling them off, which meant that like all of these real estate developments, like they became like not just like it wasn't like, oh, evil landlords or whatever speculating like fuck the landlords, bro, like it's good that property values are collapsing. Like this is kind of like the cash cow.
Yeah. It's the primary fuel that moves things around underneath the surface, basically. That's what,
this pays for the hospitals, but also like the way in which this also had an incredibly pernicious effect was that the borrowing money in China, like the to fund investments and so on, was done through like these local governments using these things called like, it's not SPV, special purpose vehicles. Like they have a specific name for them where it's like local government funding vehicle or whatever. I think that's the term, LGFV, like local government funding vehicle. But essentially, like what this has created is like these insane, like almost like saibatsus, except they're like Frankenstein monsters, where it's like, okay, this local government owns like a paper printing business and like two companies that build bridges and one like a funeral parlor, and like okay, and like it's put up the funeral parlor as collateral to like the neighboring city for a loan made to like the neighboring cities, like city owned beer producer or whatever the fuck. And like none of these companies make any money.
It's all like the way I like to, and thank you for that, Sir Malcolm. Like it's a giant cobweb. It's a giant spider's web of like leverage to X, Y, and Z. And there's like a second order, third order, fourth order relationship with 7 different villages and cities and towns. And at the end of it, what you find out if you like waste 12 hours of your life trying to figure out which is the actual fucking productive enterprise here, the answer to that question is there is none.
yeah, exactly. It's like it is this like this Kafkaesque maze of like leverage. Like it is kind of like almost like a parody of when people think about like evil BlackRock or whatever. Like they buy everything. Like BlackRock owns this 7-Eleven or whatever. They don't care about like the local customers for the 7-Eleven because they're BlackRock and they have their headquarters on the other side of the country. And it's like, yeah, imagine if it was like BlackRock, but it was the fucking government of Reno. Like the Reno, Nevada BlackRock owning the 7-Eleven in like Nebraska. And the issue with all of this is like the moment of reckoning tends to come when you really have to mark these things to market and you have to do some write-off. Like you can't keep borrowing by using like leverage and like opaque financing structures and so on. And like once that happens, like the cobweb in China, it's going to be almost impossible to like yes, in theory you could just say, well, we're the central government, we're just gonna go in and we're gonna say that the government, like we live in a socialist country, so now money doesn't exist anymore, and like all of these things that the local governments used to own, they're now worthless, and we're gonna like reset the economy because we can do that because we're a planned economy. Like, yeah, in theory you could do that, but it's like, who's gonna be the winners and losers here, bro?
Yeah,
If
exactly.
there are like 30 car companies and like none of them are solvent,
Yeah.
and you have to rationalize this down to 4 car companies.
Mhm.
And all of these car companies are like backed by local cities and governments.
Yeah.
How the fuck do you do that? Are you just gonna do a raffle and say, well, okay, Shenzhen, like your car company, you got like second place, so you get to survive. But Beijing, your car company, you got like 30th place, you get nothing. Like, yeah, that's not how these things work.
Yeah.
Like it's all like so fucked with these
Mhm.
perverse incentives and like picking winners and losers and so on. Like it's like the political system, and this is another thing that I really dislike about Westwards, where it's like they just they just sort of orientalize like the Chinese. And
Yeah.
in some ways I think the Chinese kind of do this to themselves. Like they have been poisoned by the West in that way, where they go like, like you know that the game by Freedom Realms, like Shadow Warrior, which is like this Duke Nukem, but you have the racist Chinese man Lo Wang,
Low.
and he's like he picks up like the double uses and goes like, oh, let me show you my ancient Chinese technique, like, and he shoots like ghost ninjas with his dual uses, and it's like, in some sense, I think parts of China today, especially online people, they just go like, they look at fucking Lo Wang and they go, "Oh, that's my ancestor." Like, "Oh,
My
this
ancestor.
is so." This is even more the case with Japan. By the way, it's not
Yeah.
even a thing unique to Chinese people. Like when this Western company released like Ghost of Tsushima, you had like all of these Japanese developers going like, "Oh my god, this is so fucking Japanese, bro! Like, this is the most Japanese thing ever! Like, these people, these developers, they have these beautiful Japanese souls. They're more Japanese than the Japanese." And it's like, bro, like, uh, this is set during like the Mongol invasions.
Yeah.
So it's like, God, I can't even remember what fucking period it is. Like, like the I keep messing these up, but it's like maybe the Kamakura period. I can't remember.
Yeah.
It-
Mhm.
but it's like after the Tyras and the other, like you had like the first generation of samurai.
Yeah. The Heian period. The Heian period ended in like the late 1100s. Kamakura period was like from there to like the mid 1300s. So yeah.
Yes,
Kamakura.
okay. So it was the Kamakura period. Yes. Okay. Well, like they basically said they had a historian, and he said like, okay, here's how armors looked during the Kamakura period, and everyone was like, yeah, well, we can't show that. We can have those armors. Like everyone who looked at that would say like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, this doesn't look like anything I know. So they put in like, um, Sengoku era, like 16th century Japanese armors, because then everyone would say, "Wow, this is so Japanese, bro." So like this sort of self exaltation, it's not necessarily like a unique thing, but like Westoids in the West, they just go like, dude, when the Chinese Communist Party, like, you don't have to like them if you're a rightoid, but you have to realize that like they are like a Borg cube, okay? Like Chinese communists, it's like a Borg cube. It's like they don't really have individuality. They just like disseminate like the new orders through like the Borg hive mind, and then it happens.
Us Westoid Goyim, even though they're the enemy, Us Westoids,
Yeah,
we can learn a thing or two about them. Look at how efficient they are. Oh my gosh, bro, look
yeah,
at how
yeah,
racist the Japanese are. Like, it's all fucking, like, it's all confabulation, man. All of this is
yeah,
confabulation. All of it.
yeah. Like the discussion between different brands of Westoids, it's like, okay, we in the West, we're Jean-Luc Picard, and the Chinese, they're the Borg.
Yeah.
And if you're a right winger, you say, and that's bad. And if you're a left winger, you say, and that's good, actually. Like the Borg are based. But
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
no, dude, the Chinese like they're not the Borg, okay? Like the 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 history of based fucking like top down reforms in China has been like complete disaster.
Yeah.
Like the Chinese industrialism,
Mhm.
if we're being completely honest, yes, sure. I mean, they get a pretty late start, a much later start than the Japanese.
Mhm.
Um, but then again, like it's kind of their own fault also that they start so late.
Mhm.
But like Japan is an example of a country that is like non-Western going like, okay, we're gonna industrialize,
Mhm.
and then they just fucking do it. Like the Meiji period and the Taisho period. So we're talking 1870 to 1920.
Mhm.
Like these periods are just like they they don't. They're like Neo in the Matrix who jumps across the skyscraper the first time and he doesn't even fucking fail like everyone is supposed to.
Yeah.
And the Chinese, they're like they clear the jump after trying for like 12 times. So, like anyone saying like this is the perfectly rational Borg cube, I mean, it would be better saying that about the Japanese. It wouldn't be true about the Japanese at all,
Yeah.
but it would be like it would be more in line with like the empirical history here, where the Japanese industrial miracle didn't have like 10 different false starts, which the Chinese did. But also, if you look at like all of these big, huge campaigns of socialist excellence or whatever in China, most of them have been complete fucking failures
Mhm.
that have been quietly abandoned. So like the big Chinese uh, project of agricultural reform, like the big I can't remember what the like centerpiece policy of it was. It was some kind of like way to structure like cooperative, like basically collectivization of agricultural lands under these sort of large overarching like farmer organizations. And then it turns out that the farmers aren't fucking interested and say like this shit doesn't work, we're not going to do it. And then eventually they go, okay, well the farmers are refusing to go along, and you know it sucks to admit this, but like the way they're doing things is better than our proposal, and it actually works in real life. So let's just make our official policy what's already happening, and then they eventually do.
Mhm.
But like, this is not how a country that is a Borg cube acts.
Yeah.
And again, like the latest 20 years of economic development has been like, yes, on the one hand, there has been a lot of growth,
Yeah.
and like all of this crap with like special purpose vehicles or like local government funding vehicles and so on, like that has been a smashing success, in the same way that like drinking a shit ton of medical alcohol like dulls the pain,
Yeah,
but
basically.
then you wake up with a hangover and holy shit, like the pain of that hangover is worse than the pain of stubbing your toe, and so now you have to deal with the hangover, and then the way you deal with the hangover creates even more problems and so on.
Mhm.
So like the 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 romanticization or like the exotization of China as like low whack
Mhm.
of like the world economies.
Mhm.
Like no, Lo Wang is a racist caricature. Like he's not a real Chinese person, okay? And like your Lo Wang stereotype of how China works, it's also just a racist caricature. And it's not racist as in the haha, I like a racist joke. It's like, it's racist in the sense of this makes you fucking stupid and it rots your brain.
Yeah. The entire thing, and thank you for that. The entire thing with this, and it's a performance, right? Like, you know, us white people, why are we losing? It's because we're too soft. We don't have enough willpower. We don't have the correct software in the brain. Look at those Muslims, man. You know, they blow themselves up for their like evil, false religion. And, you know, as they're doing that, they have no technology and they're inbred and this, that, and the other thing. Like, what it is, Sir Malcolm, is that their society's fallen apart. And so whether it's like the orientalization of the Chinese or like, I don't know, the Muslims being like Uncle Bashir. Like, do you know about that meme, Sir Malcolm, of like Uncle Bashir? Have you checked that out yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay, I'll show it to you. But like, but whether it's the Uncle Bashir meme and all this other shit, like what this is that they want to do two things at the same time. And I don't think they're doing like logics or reasoning or like structural arguments. What it is they want to show everyone, you know, we still got it, bro. We are still doing thinking and critical reasoning or whatever the fuck, right? That's the first thing. So it's a performative thing, right? And the second thing is they just want that dopamine hit, right? So it's like pornography, right? Like you're just jacking off to pornography. And what are you doing? You're talking about, you know, I believe women shouldn't vote and this, that, and the other thing. And, you know, if we're just collectivist like the Borg Chinese and we're just a bit fanatically crazy like the Muslims blowing themselves up, man, if I just have like, if I have like my big black cauldron and I add all the right cooking ingredients, and then on top of that, I add the white race. You know, I can stop the white race from going extinct or whatever. Like this is all a fucking like the Westoid goyim, man. They're growing straight off the cob, man.
I think the problem here is just that, and again, this is kind of like the central theme of quote unquote Austrian civilization.
Here's the meme. Can you see it? Can you see it?
Oh yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah. So this is so a bunch of these like Indian nationalist types. They made it like, okay, Islam is conquering India, and here's what they're doing. They're doing jihad in the gyms or whatever the fuck, right? So this is the original meme, right? This is like the horny Uncle Bashir gym trainer or whatever, right? And they tried to make Muslims into like, yeah, you know, they're raping all our girls or whatever the fuck, right? But I don't know who it was who made it super viral, but now everyone's like, you know, Uncle Bashir for the win or whatever. Photomorphing and fly. I wish we were this big, but we're not, man.
Okay, I mean, folks, what can you even say?
It's like,
but like, but like the.
I'm sorry, man. This
okay, based.
Holy shit. Go ahead, bro.
But like the issue here, and you kind of see this, like this sort of exoticization of China. It isn't really about China in the end. It's about like people talking about China in the West are almost always trying to tell a story about the West.
Exactly.
The perfect example of this was like some fucking German faggot who should have been, you know, culled in the post-war Morgenthau plan, alas. but he was basically saying like, okay, because there's a fucking AI video of a Chinese maglev train that exists. Like, yeah, there is one Chinese maglev line which runs from like some suburb of Shanghai into the outskirts of Shanghai. And it costs, I don't know how much to, you know, take a 5-minute train ride from nowhere to nowhere. And it's just for tourists.
Yeah.
Like, but he basically said, like, he looked at a fucking AI video of like the completed magnetic levitation rail line, which is like twice as fast as a conventional, you know, rail line with rails. Like an AI video of that, And like China is definitely building this thing. Absolutely, any day now, it's
Yeah.
gonna happen. Trust us. Like, and while you're at it, why don't you buy this bridge in California from us that we're
Yeah.
selling? And it's like he looked at that and went, "Wow, you know,
Yeah.
if it weren't for the fact that Germany was ruled by traitors and women and
Like,
liberals, we would also have this
Oh,
future
Samal,
technology."
you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. This is Auntie Yasmin, Uncle Bashir and Auntie Yasmin doing the conversion therapy for all the This meme is hilarious, man. Holy shit.
I mean, if it works, it works.
Yeah,
What
bro.
can you even say? You know,
Absolute scientist. Let me look.
yeah,
Oh, this is like a new character in the Uncle Bashir universe. Let me see what he's doing. All right. This is all like these are all like Hindu nationalists making these, but they're making us look based. So I don't know what the fuck
I
they're doing.
mean, look, like if some fucking, Auntie Jasmine or whatever took me to the gym and turned me into like, you know, uh, whatever. Like, okay, shit happens. What? Nothing I could do.
But yeah, just to be serious for a second, I think you're absolutely correct. I think this is all narrative and storytelling, and it's that's what this is, man. Like, and because like there's nothing else left. Like they can't make structural arguments. They can't really view the world in terms of like numbers and reasoning, and like when you talk to them about the SPR, for example, which I've tried to do, and I think you've also tried to do, they're just like, oh, we're just gonna find the oil elsewhere, and then they go into like this narrative storytelling mode, right? Which is kind of all they're really good for these days. Right? So
Yeah, but the thing about maglevs and that entire narrative though is
mhm,
like, look, even if, and we basically can't at this point
mhm,
make maglevs viable for any sort of real like distance.
mhm,
But even if we could, like, if we had some massive technological breakthrough tomorrow,
mhm,
what that would open up for us is a technology that basically made train rides take half as long
mhm,
for 20 times the price.
mhm, mhm,
So if I could go on a fucking maglev train from Uppsala to Stockholm,
mhm.
because that's kind of the train ride I go on the most.
Yeah.
That train ride takes 40 minutes. Would I pay 20 times the ticket price I'm paying today for 20 minutes of my time? No,
No.
I fucking wouldn't. Because, like, there's no way for me to cram in enough productive work into 20 minutes to
Mhm,
actually pay for that. Like, if time is money, then I'm being ripped off
mhm,
by the maglev technology. And so, like, that is the reason why it's like, apart from all of these technical challenges, like, even if they can be solved, like, sorry, it's not Angela Merkel or, the Muslims or
mhm.
space aliens or the fucking Jews who are in a conspiracy to deny you, like, the maglev train. Like, this gets at the heart of, like, the Faustian civilization here, where the idea is everything we desire we can have.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Because we made this deal with Mephistopheles, like Faust did. And
Mhm.
so the only thing that sort of can explain why we don't have anything is because we didn't want it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that is not really the case with like maglevs, for example, because the actual reason that uh, maglevs aren't a thing is because they fucking suck. Like the physical limitations inherent in sort of moving people in an iron carriage
Mhm,
across like a fixed rail or
mhm,
rail-like arrangement
mhm.
is such that, like, after we get to the technology we had 60 years ago, you just get massive diminishing returns.
Yeah.
Yes, you can do high-speed rail, but that costs, 4 times or 5 times um, what normal rail costs for, you know, 60% more speed,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
which is, it might be an improvement if cost is not an issue, which it always is in economies that are contracting.
Mm-hmm.
By definition, cost is always an issue at that point.
Yeah.
But if you close your eyes, yeah, maybe that's worth it. Like stuff like the Concorde or maglev trains or whatever, like
Mm-hmm.
that is like using, a gyrojet or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like you remember, you know what gyrojet technology is. Like it's like this.
Yeah.
It's like a gun, but it fires a rocket.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, okay, we tried firing rockets from guns once, and it turns out that they are less accurate. They are
Mhm.
ironically like less deadly.
Mhm.
And a single bullet costs like $1,000 or something.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, it's like the problem here again, like Foster civilization sees that like everything is possible and everything is like this as long as you just try hard enough and want it hard enough. And so this kind of plays into the theme of sort of the exotization of the Chinese as the Borg tube or whatever. Like you
Yeah.
can just say, well, they have they have a hive mind, like a bug hive mind, and so they just want industrial development. Well, we have stopped wanting it. Well, no, actually, like the limitations here are limitations inherent like in the physical world.
Yeah.
And like it doesn't really matter what the attitude of the Chinese are or like their political arrangements or whatever. Because all of these political arrangements and attitudes only interact with the empirical, like physical world and its limitation.
Yeah. Basically.
And once you say that, you can then safely conclude that like the Chinese system is different than ours in many sort of practical ways.
Mhm.
Some of these ways are good, and some of these ways are frankly quite bad. It all kind of comes out in the wash in the end. Like I just the meme that the Chinese possess some sort of inherent like superiority when it comes to like political leadership or whatever.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, if you compare it to Donald Trump, sure. Like if you
That's a
compare,
very low bar, Sir Malcolm. That is a very
yeah,
low.
but it's also like a category out.
Oh
Like
yeah.
the like that's like saying that the I don't even know, like Robert Mugabe, he wasn't so bad compared to the Byzantines.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the Byzantines at like the last 10 years when like the Turks are invading and like they're too busy killing each other and having civil wars to even bother fighting the Turks. Okay, yeah, sure, Robert Mugabe is better than that. But like you have to compare like with like. Like if you want to make a comparison, like you have to compare the Byzantine Empire like during its last 10 years with some other government during its last 10 years.
Mhm.
You can't just say, well, my country of choice is much more efficient than the Byzantine Empire because I'm comparing like the the zenith of my civilization to the nadir of the Byzantine civilization. No, like compare the nadir to the nadir and the zenith to the zenith. So
Yeah.
if you want to compare like Chinese civilization here, the last time you had a nadir was the last, 30, 40 years of the Qing Empire.
Mhm.
And that, like, that's some Donald Trump levels of dysfunction,
Oh yeah.
to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
And then if you compare like China where it is today, where it's certainly not at some sort of political or social nadir, it's in a growth phase. Well, compare that to Germany in the 1960s and 1970s, or Sweden during the social democratic golden age, or America in the immediate post-war period. These were pretty impressive societies back then.
Mhm.
and like if you do that comparison, like China isn't particularly impressive. Like you know, again, people might say, "Oh, well, you just say that because you hate China." No, I don't. But I'm just like I'm struggling to find anything like objective here that is like, and nobody ever points it out. Like
Mhm.
I would say probably that the most impressive sort of process of industrialization with the least amount of blind alleys is Japan during the Meiji and the Taisho area.
Mhm. Mhm.
Again, like because they had the process of industrialization was like it was very sort of compact. It happened over a couple of decades, and they managed to fight like um, the most productive civil war in human history, where you get like the positive of a civil war, which is you destroy the political system and you allow for like unlimited reform. But they avoided all of the negative effects of a civil war, which is like 10% of the population dying.
Mhm.
Like, you know, uh, 8,000 people or something died during the Japanese Civil War.
Yeah.
8,000 people.
Yeah.
Like that's fucking nothing. So like they had everything going for them. But
Exactly.
Japan today, it's not that impressive, right?
No.
Like Japan during its period where it's no longer on the upswing, but on the downswing, it's not super impressive.
No.
But if we compare Meiji and Taisho era Japan to like China during the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s, I think Japan comes out looking pretty good in that comparison.
In terms of fundamentals such as, okay, well, you've got a society which has these feudal codes and honor culture and whatnot, and within 30 years it just becomes a fucking industrial society, versus like, let's say, a society that's using bicycles and shit, and then, okay, 30 years from now they use a bunch of high-speed rail. Oh, enough, isn't that impressive? Well, I mean, qualitatively, not really. um the leap from, like, feudal agrarian and all this other stuff to, like, battleships and whatnot, that's a much bigger leap than the leap from, like, people riding bicycles and then, doing high speed maglev trains. I mean, I'm not an anti train person, but no, you're absolutely correct, sir Malcolm. I mean, it's like, people, it's a belief thing, right? Obviously,
Yeah,
you talked about it 5 minutes ago with regard to this thing about maglev trains and about Westoids talking about storytelling and that kind of stuff. But what this is that you've got the leftoid goyim, and they're like, the based Chinese Borg cube, and then the rightoid going, oh my gosh, the based Chinese Borg cube, they're gonna kill us. We gotta be more like them to like. This is all like it's main character syndrome. Like main character syndrome, you kind of always try to view the events around you not in terms of structural forces, but in terms of like narrative, story, meta narrative, and you kind of try to like it's a big fat square peg you're trying to put in the round hole, right? And you're always gonna make this error of like even today, like in the year 2026, right? Like I just shared something on Twitter about like Chinese fintech companies and whatever, right? I think there's this one metric that America was ahead of them by for a long time, and now finally, China, the superpower or whatever the fuck, now it's above America with regard to that. And I'm like, okay, but why are you guys celebrating that, right? Like, you keep on telling us for the last 20, 30 years that China is this new phase of human development and, ingenuity and prowess and whatever the fuck. I mean, they're just doing the same fucking shit that the Westoids did like several decades ago, bro. I mean, okay, if you want to celebrate that, fine, but at least acknowledge the fact that this is the direction. But no, they don't want to do that, man. Like, they're just like, yeah, this is some new shit. And like, what did you call it, Sir Malcolm? Like, China's going to create the God machine, or like China's going to send man to the stars or whatever the fuck. Like that's where their brains are at, basically. So
yeah. I mean the like again, like saying that China isn't the most impressive process or like the most sort of rational or fast or organized process of industrialization is not an attack on China. It's like saying, okay, well, General Omar Bradley wasn't as good as Alexander the Great. I mean, big fucking deal saying that, right? Like, okay, I don't think Omar Bradley, if he heard that, would be particularly perturbed. He said, like, yeah, there's only one Alexander the Great. That's what makes him Alexander the Great. Like, it's not realistic for most people who aren't Alexander the Great to aspire to such heights. But it doesn't really matter, whatever. Like, I did my job well enough, and the Chinese have done their job well enough as well, I should say. It's only a problem, like that, pointing that out is only a problem if you are a Westoid who needs a particular narrative to confirm your own cosmology about the decline of the West, which is, again, Faust could have everything he ever wanted to have, but he became soft. Like he stopped desiring things. That is not what like actually leads to decline. What leads to decline, because the world doesn't work on desire. Like that is kind of like the conceit of Faustian civilization. The world doesn't really work on desire. It's like you industrialization carries within it the seed of its own destruction. Um, that seed has germinated already in China. It is not identical to how that seed germinated in Germany or America or Japan. But that's not a fucking good thing to say that because, like, in the ways that the Chinese sort of seed of self destruction is different, it's different in ways that are way worse.
Yeah.
Like, um, we haven't really had any other country where during the period of rapid expansion you have a collapse of fertility rates to like Irish potato famine level. That
Yeah.
is qualitatively new.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That is something the world has never seen before. But like, is that a good thing? No, actually,
No.
it's like it's a fucking disaster. Because again, the decline of population interacts with the specific model of Chinese economic development in a really pernicious and dangerous way.
Bro. It's the perfect hand in a glove scenario, right? Like you have this economic model of like build it and they'll come, and you literally have the physical world telling you, well, they're not coming because they were never born to begin with. It's like a
Yeah,
perfect hand in a glove scenario, man.
yeah, and again, like when people say like, oh well, based Uncle Xi,
Yeah.
he's making life so possible for young people, unlike in America. And it's like, dude, the proof of that shit is in the pudding, as they say in England. And
Yeah.
the proof in the pudding is in the eating of the pudding, right?
Yeah.
Like, if based Uncle Xi is making life so great for young people, you would see that in young people in China saying, my life is great, thank you.
Mhm.
But in fact, like sort of on a social level, like the Chinese people are becoming like young Chinese people are becoming like incredibly maudlin and sort of like sappily romantic about VHS core. Like, remember the time of your fathers during the 90s where things were great.
Mhm.
Like they're doing that thing that you see like you saw a lot of and on Twitter for a while, like the world you'll grow up in no longer exists. But it's like a fucking like a job at some boring Chinese sort of state-run enterprise um, in the 90s. Because like today, yes, it is true that if we measure like lives in the sense of owning a property, like the Chinese really have it squared away. Like they've got that shit solved. And they've got it solved to such an extent that in fact, like actually like economically struggling, like factory workers
Mhm.
often own like a second property that they use instead of a savings account because using a savings account is just asking to be raped by financial depression.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, if you own like your own home that you live in, and then you own some property built by
Bro, you're a
Evergrande that
landlord.
nobody has
Bro,
ever lived in. Yeah,
Bro, you're a landlord. You deserve, Uncle She should fuck you, man. Because
yeah,
Uncle
yeah.
She, homes are for living in, man. They're not for speculating. Yeah, so you deserve to be fucked.
Yeah, you know what? Like savings accounts are for saving, but they're not in China, which means that people use other things instead of a savings account. Because in China, you actually do need to save money in a way where, like, I actually had some sort of, I don't know, like a medical episode recently. Like, it was really hot, and I hadn't actually sort of drank anything, and I like took a walk, and I kind of like didn't pay attention to my body signals, so I actually fainted from like heat stroke, and someone called an ambulance, and like it wasn't really a huge deal. Like I was fine. I just drank some water and took a bit more care of myself after that, and like I have had zero problems. But like they called an ambulance and everything, and like there was no bar. Okay, well, where's your credit card, buddy? Because I live in a socialist hellhole, Sweden, where like that shit like is just someone pays for it. In China, it's not quite that. Like, I would have had to dip into my savings probably, which means that I have to have maintain savings for those kinds of purposes. Same thing for like a lot of other stuff, including like getting married.
Yeah.
Like bride prices and shit like that, dowries and so on. Like nobody in fucking, the West says, okay, well, let's have dowry negotiations because our like kids decided to get married. So like you need savings. And again, like you can't use a savings account, so you have to use a fucking shitty flat built by Evergrande that like, the brickwork is just falling apart if you rub it with your finger because it's just like this sort of Potemkin village. But like if you measure it in home ownership, yes, sure, things are great. But if you ask young Chinese people, are things great? They will tell you no, they are actually not great, which is why we have all of these like, internet and real life phenomena like the lying flat movement, the let it rot movement, like the popularization of the phrase garbage time in history and so on. And why you have like all of these older and older Chinese boomers going, how can you say that life sucks? Like we're living in the best country ever. Like we have all of these aircraft carriers.
Bro. Look at this photo. Look at this photo of like a Chinese grandpa. He used to ride a steam train. Now he's the same driver 30 years in the future. And he's like driving this maglev train. How could you say that China is not the best nation on the planet, man? We live in the best times ever. And then you look at the birth rate's fucking collapsing. Young
Yeah,
people
I mean,
and all this
yeah,
other
like just if the birth rate is collapsing, like that is kind of the proof in the pudding that life kind of sucks. And and again, one of the things, and this is I talked to my mom about this, like the collapsing birth rate thing, because again, people kind of have this mental hang up for these things where it's like, but dude, we are richer than we've ever been before. So the idea that like birth rates could be connected to like living standards, that's ridiculous. And it's like, imagine if you were an intelligent designer of a biological species and you wanted to put in some sort of like self-correcting, like homeostatic system, um, which regulated birth rates in order to avoid overpopulation. Like you have two basic theories of how you can do this. You can key this regulating mechanism to an absolute number. So like I as a Inuit living in, on Greenland, I have a national like gross domestic product in 1455 of X amounts of dollars. And that is, the minimum level that you need to reproduce is Y amount of dollars. So X is greater than Y, so that's why I'm having 10 kids. It's like, dude, they didn't fucking have gross domestic like product a couple of 100 years ago. It wasn't a fucking thing. And again, like this system runs into huge problems where like, okay, how do you actually compare this shit? Like, what is the absolute living standard of an Inuit who is like a semi-nomadic person, like a hunter-gatherer living living off seal livers and seal blood, compared to like a sedentary like smallholder farmer or whatever in Europe. Like it's completely different economies. You can't really make apples to apples comparisons. And so like saying, well, the absolute standard of living is blah blah blah. Like it is just it is really hard. You know what you can do though? The alternative to keying this stuff to an absolute living standard is just to key it to the direction. So if things are getting better every year, people have more kids. But if things are getting worse every year, people have less kids. If you have a system like that, it is incredibly flexible. You can use it for, people who hunt seals. You can use it for people who, herd cattle. You can use it for people who live in apartments and work in factories. You can use it for farmers. You can use it for soldiers. You can use it for everyone. Because the only thing that matters, it's completely agnostic about like the particular mode of production being used by humans. It only concerns itself with, are things looking up or are things looking down? And if you think about this, like for like other animals, like a bear or whatever, like it's much better for this to be keyed to, is there enough food or is the food getting scarcer? Not like, do I have, how many salmon are in this river? Because like a bear can just eat, like he can eat honey or ants or whatever. He doesn't have to eat salmon. And if some other things run out, maybe there's more salmon. Like the thing you care about and the thing that like makes sense is just the direction of like the standard of living and like the state of the economy. And that shit is going down.
Oh yeah.
It is absolutely going down in China. It's absolutely going down in like in the West. And yes, you can say, well, people never had fucking Kylie Minogue. Like people in the 16th century didn't even know what a Nicolas Cage movie was. So like, how can you say you're poor when you have like 50 Nicolas Cage movies to choose from? And it's like, yeah, well, my parents also had 50 Nicolas Cage movies to choose from, and they could afford a car. So I'm gonna have less kids than my parents because I can't afford a car. Like,
there we go.
Like again, like if you look at that stuff, the Chinese aren't doing so hot now. Like they're not doing so hard at all. They are doing worse than the fucking Polacks. They're doing way worse than the Russians. They're doing worse than the Swedes. They're even doing worse than the Americans.
Oh yeah.
Which is funny in a way, but so people saying like, thank you, based Uncle Shi, for saving the young. In what universe are the young in China being saved? Like they're not having kids because they don't feel it like practical or like feasible, and it's at the level of like Korean society, and like you kind of have to say that like the Japanese situation right now is like incredibly bleak in terms of like the economic outlook for the future. Like we have this Strait of Hormuz crisis, we have complete gridlock in the political system, and we just have like more and more municipalities being abandoned and falling to ruin. And there are like so many areas in Japan. You can just walk in there and you can just say, like this empty building, I'm gonna live here now. And if you do that, and like the local municipality discovers that you become a squatter in an empty building, they're gonna throw you a fucking party
Oh
because
yeah.
they just appreciate you so much. Thank you for coming to our dying village and just fixing up an abandoned building
Yeah.
like that. You are great. Here, we're gonna give you $1,000 like for taking this property for free.
Yeah.
Like so like the Japanese situation, like there's not a lot of light at the end of the tunnel. There's not even an oncoming train. There's just darkness, man.
Yeah.
Um, they have a better fertility rate than China today,
Yeah, I checked.
which
Yeah. Even the fucking South Koreans, I think like they were at like zero point 0.7 or something and it went up to like 0.75. So like by the end of this decade, if the Chinese fertility rates keep falling at the current rates, they will actually go behind like fucking South Korea, right?
yeah,
It actually collapse below like the fucking slave colony known as South Korea, where like the fucking Goyim and the fucking like Asian ant people are literally like 24/7. They are bombarded with like propaganda such that the average like Korean or like Korean woman, she spends like what 1/3 of her entire paycheck monthly on like fucking Gucci and Channel bags. I think it's like the highest in the world with regard to like per capita expenditure on like luxury items. But that's where things are at, Sir Malcolm, right? Like the fucking Chinese, man, like they are headed straight down, straight down the tubes, right? Um, like
yeah,
obviously, like people are still gonna say, no, you're wrong. China's gonna create the God machine any second now, and like, the molten salt reactors and the thorium. No, man, like the numbers are very clear with regard to which direction the collapse is going. So
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the worst place in the world for fertility is actually a place in China, which is Hong Kong, which is worse than South Korea. And then you have like Macau and some other places that are like special administrative regions of China, which are like worse. But in general, and then you have the Vatican City, which is also really bad. But like, I don't think that should count because there are natural reasons for why there's not a lot of like uh, uh, children being conceived in the fucking like the Vatican. Like they're not supposed to do that. I think that's part of the doctrine. So it's like, okay, whatever. So I mean, they have an excuse, but like
Yeah.
people might say, well, why do you care about fertility? Isn't this kind of like some sort of white whale you're chasing? Like, does it really matter? I mean, the latest
Exactly.
thing,
Yeah.
yeah, the latest thing, in one way, I mean, maybe it doesn't kind of matter. It depends on your like mode of production. If we want to be materialistic, if you're a hunter gatherer, you are kind of used to like moderating your fertility very
Yeah.
harshly,
Yeah.
and like if there's too many kids, you just fucking kill them. Like you dunk them against a rock or whatever,
Yeah.
or you drown them like kittens. And like, there's not a lot of recreational sex going on in hunter-gatherer societies. Like, you only have sex really when it's time to conceive kids. Like, I don't know what you do for fun instead. Like, you play video games or something. But like,
Mhm.
um, if you're a hunter-gatherer society and your population collapses by 60% over a period of 50 years, it's kind of like whatever, dude. Like you can still use the same modes
it's
of
the sinusoidal
production.
wave. Yeah, yeah. Like hunter gatherers are like they're ebbing and flowing with the seasons. I mean,
Yeah,
during the ice ages, for example, like you had these human populations who would lose 70, 80, 90% of their population, but it wasn't the end of the world because in a way it was quote unquote positive for them because okay, now we have less people, we can just huddle together in a cave and just like eke out an existence versus like we had a much larger population when it was fucking like warm outside, right? So
yeah,
I mean that's what that is, yeah. So
yeah, exactly. Like the mode of production used by hunter-gatherers or pastoralists or whatever, like it is kind of agnostic about like total population levels. I mean, if there's like one guy, then there's not enough there's not enough sort of depth in the economy to like have enough division, like specialization of labor to produce like bows and spears and all of that shit. Like that guy might know how to make a bow, but he might not know how to like cure leather or whatever. But like if you go down from 10,000 to 800 people, like you're still gonna have enough like specialization for people to be able to be hunter gatherer in the exact same way as before.
Mhm.
In our society, that is not the case. If we lose 40% of the population, that's it. Like that, we are basically like a bottle of vodka tumbling down the stairs at that point, like
Yeah, completely.
picking up speeds and smashing against the stone floor.
Yeah.
Because like most of the things that we rely on, like if you think about like how we're having this conversation,
Yeah.
like you can't really maintain a smartphone production line in a moderate sized country. Like you need a global level of economic integration for that. And
Yeah.
so if
Yeah.
you no longer have a global level of economic integration, like this entire technology stack becomes unfeasible. And everything that relies on the technology stack disappears as well. Like it's not like, you know, again, like this is fundamentally different from hunter gatherers where it's like, oh no, there's only half as many people left. We have to give up either bows or spears or shoes. No, like they can have all of that even if like 60% of the population falls away. We can't have most things we use today if 60% of the population falls away. So that's kind of apart from everything else with like government finances and so on. Like the latest thing that's kind of making a splash on the hell site known as X is the nation of Lithuania is now importing like 3.5% of their total population, like per year at current rate, in
Bro.
immigrants. And
Bro.
it's like, we need to stop this. We need to stop this. And it's like, be careful what you wish for in a sense, because
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
the issue with Lithuania is that it has half the population it used to have at like the collapse of the Soviet Union because everyone fucking left.
Yeah.
Like the problem with like you're seeing Japan, which is like this country which is for historical and cultural reasons the country in the world best positioned to like just saying no to immigration.
Yeah.
You know, like a big kind of historical factoid about Japan is after the Tokugawas consolidate power after the Battle of Sekigahara, you have this new policy of sakoku, which means like closed country, locked country,
Yeah.
where they restrict foreigners to the tiny island of Dejima, and they basically make it, like officially at least, a crime punishable by death for a Japanese person to leave the country. In reality, it's like you get killed if you leave and then come back
Hmm.
without a really good explanation for why you left. Like, but like the intention is not to completely cut Japan off from the rest of the world, but it's to really, really isolate it. And like in that way, that sense, it is successful. So you have that, and then you have like this sort of attitude of like we don't really need foreigners here. Like
Yeah.
what can they even contribute?
Yeah.
So like and you have a based right wing government in power right now, a
Mhm.
based right wing Sai Takanichi.
Yeah.
And like they're going, you know what? Maybe immigration is actually really great. Maybe we've been too down on immigration. Like maybe we should reconsider and get some Indians in here or whatever. So
African. I think they
yeah,
were talking about like West Africans actually. Yeah.
look, the one like if Japan of all countries are going like, you know what, like maybe this resistance to immigration is kind of like it's something we have to get rid of under a based right-wing government. Like that might clue you in. If you're stupid, you could say, well, it's because of Jews, or it's because of the space lizards or whatever. Or you could say, maybe there's something about being a fucking industrial economy shrinking by like 2% each year, which is so incredibly bad
Mhm.
that like people really try to avoid that fate, even if they have to lie, even if they have to say, "Oh yeah, vote for me, and I will definitely kick out all the immigrants." And then you vote for him, and he opens the doors to more boat people. Like maybe that's because there's some truth about um, the dynamics of like a shrinking economy under our current political and economic um, arrangements that is like nightmare. And if you think
Bro.
about like the way that China is trying to solve this now, I
Yeah.
mean, in Canada, it's like in Canada, it's like you should just kill yourself. That's what they tell you
You're
if you
correct.
like
You're correct.
if you like go to the hospital or whatever, and you have
Yeah.
something that's like
Yeah.
expensive to treat. Like, have you considered just fucking killing yourself? Like that so like that is and it's not even a subtext like that. This isn't about
Mm.
having a modern like humanitarian sense of like
Yeah.
palliative care or whatever. It's like, please fucking kill yourself so we don't have to pay for you. Like that is the entirety of the logic.
That's
But
the polite way they say it. Correct. Yes. That's
yeah,
basically yeah.
and in China they don't tell people like please fucking kill yourself, but it's like the Chinese model of industrial development here,
Mhm.
like in a way, I mean, I can't really hate on it, but I mean, it's completely it is doomed. Like the way that they're stuck between a rock and a really hard place here in the sense that like yes, they have this they have all of these built-in distortions,
Mhm.
which they built in as the price to pay for having the growth that they have.
Yeah.
So it's
Basically.
like it's not something you can like remove. It's like a fucking a chest burster or whatever in Aliens, where like if you try to take it away, like it kills the host. Like if
Yeah.
you try to take away all of the bad stuff attached to like the Chinese growth miracle, which is slowly choking that growth miracle to death, like the growth is just gonna collapse.
Mhm.
So they have that situation. So they can't really remove the face hugger here.
Mhm.
On the other hand, the way to keep going without trying to pry away the face hugger of all of these, insolvent, like local government, like businesses, and like the growth and taxation, revenue raising model, and so on.
Mhm.
Like that alternative involves basically like becoming the mercantilist sort of rapacious country from hell and just dumping all your surplus like
Yeah.
like uh, some like a company dumping like illegal toxic waste in the local river and killing all the fish,
Yeah.
except you're doing that to like other countries in Asia and in Europe. And like you might say, well, okay, well, fuck Europe. And sure, okay, fuck Europe, sure. But whatever, like uh, the more Europe gets fucked, the less it will be able to even like play along as chosen victims because he won't have the ability to buy all of this stuff.
Yeah. Basically. Yeah.
So like yes, you can have some sort of like very and this isn't like how this isn't part of some master plan where the Chinese plan to like wreck the rest of the world or whatever. But like they might be forced into the choice between wrecking the rest of the world in order to save themselves,
Yeah.
or wrecking themselves, which at which point the rest of the world isn't going to look much better anyway. Um,
Yeah.
but like the idea that they are doing stuff at this point to like save the rest of the world or like
America.
open the door for human flourishing. Look, they have bigger fucking problems.
Yeah.
Like they're Japan in the early 80s or whatever. Like Japan in the early 80s is not about to like bring humanity into the stars or whatever. Like they can have a nuke detonate like completely within the country or have some of the toxic fallout spill out over other people. So like not all people dying from it are Japanese.
Mhm.
Um, and like it's a pretty bad scene all in all. But like the security blanket of hoping that like China is keeping on like the Faustian flame or whatever. Like I find that, as I've said many times at this point, like I find that so tiresome because like China is a very interesting country on its own merits. Like China is interesting.
Yeah.
The shadow warrior low whack vision of China, which you get from Westoids, that shit isn't interesting. It might be funny, or it might be like memeable,
Yeah.
but it's not interesting. And it's like
No.
Lo Wang isn't meant to be interesting either. Like that's not his job.
No.
And
Yeah.
so yeah, like the romanticization of this stuff, like it's a natural like trauma response. Um, natural trauma response given like how things are in the West. But
Yeah.
like it's at the end of the day, there's not much more you can say about it other than like it's a dead end.
Yeah. Complete dead end. Complete dead end. Ah, so many dead ends these days, Sir Malcolm. What do we do about them? Let me actually see, because we've been on for a while. Let me see if there's any questions in the chat. Matthew Warrer. Let me see what the chat says. Thank you, dear listeners. It's been like almost 3 hours, and some of you have still stuck to us. So good on that. Okay, Matthew Warrer says, my family didn't get air conditioning until 1978. It's air conditioning, not. Okay, that's a very good point about carrying. Okay, these happened throughout the chat as we were doing. Let me see if you got any questions on your end. I think you put out a post with regard to this show. But yeah, no, I mean, I think like the dead end with China thing, right? The thing with the Chinese is that they are now for the Westoid Goyim, they are kind of like a placeholder for all of their own failures. So the leftists for them, it's like, China will do what we were unable to do, which is free humanity from like America and the evil capitalists or whatever, right? And then for the rightoid Goyim, the Chinese are a placeholder for like, oh my gosh, the Borg is about to defeat us and America will stop being free and blah, 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 and this, that, and the other thing, right? But all of these are hollow now. All of these are hollow and they're meaningless. Like you're trying to do 20th century ideas in the 21st century. The 21st century and the 20th century are completely different things. Uh, in the 20th century, the human population tripled. In the 21st century, the human population is going to half from like the 6.1 billion we started off with, right? Fundamentally, two different worlds. I mean, you might as well say that one of them is Venus and one of them is Mercury. One of them is Mars, rather, right? So that's what that is. Let me see what's going on down here. You had a post. Let me just go here. Doing a live talk. All right, let me see what questions are on here. Okay, BA, I'd like to hear your thoughts on if Iran's part they're being naive or strategic in signing. Yeah, we already answered that. What's up with all the strange economic data contradicting the general vibe of a bad economy in every Western country? Bibbly Wibbly asked that. I think Sir Malcolm spent well over an hour answering it, but basically what it is it's a confabulation, it's a dead end, and it's all these other different like solipsistic ways like Westoids are behaving. That's kind of what's going on. When is the crisis coming to US and Europe, and how hard could it possibly hit Europa? You're in the crisis, my friend. This is what it looks like. Okay. New Scotland, Tony, could you talk about the central Chinese government needing to plunder the citizens' wealth? Would appreciate an expansion. I think, Sir Malcolm, you covered that as well. Bibbly Wibbly, what is your definitive theory of civilizational decline, and how does that map onto what's happening now? Is there that you think will prove? I think that with regard to what myself and Sir Malcolm believe, we are both students of John Michael Greer. In terms of what our civilization did, our theory, what it comes down to, is basically thermodynamic stuff. So energy flows, material flows, demographics, that kind of stuff. Um, I think Sir Malcolm will agree with me when I say that we have like 80-90% of the time we agree on those things. The one thing that would like debunk both of us, quote unquote, would be like an Isaac Asimov style, let there be light, and like, hey, thermodynamics, feedback loops, negative and positive correlation. These things don't matter anymore. We have fusion power, this, that, and everything. And not just that, the fact that we have fusion power and, the surface of the earth went up in temperature by like 10 degrees Celsius, even that shit doesn't matter anymore because we are literally in a sci-fi novel now and we're in a book and we're not living in the real world of cause and effect. That's the only way you could quote unquote debunk our worldview. But I think that's not going to happen. Yeah, because a lot of people forget this, but too much of a good thing can be a bad thing. So there you go. And then we have
yeah. I would just add to that with like,
Yeah.
if we're talking about civilizational decline, yes, sure, thermodynamics and so on play into it,
Yeah.
but it's always moderated, and this is kind of what Greer learns from Spengler here, and why Spengler is important. Like, there is kind of like it's like if you think about a seed, like a coconut or a walnut or whatever,
Yeah.
like that is a tree in miniature, right? Like it has all of the energy needed to kickstart a process of like forming a new mature adult tree.
Yeah.
But like, and yes, you can eat a walnut and you can get all of that energy, like you can get it for yourself. But like there is a finite amount of energy and there is a finite amount of potential in a walnut or a coconut. Like it can create one thing in different variations, like you know, like some palms are taller than others, blah 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 blah. But like there is a finite number of potential in any sort of seed.
Yeah.
And there is a finite amount of potential and things you can do within any sort of great civilization or a civilizational framework. And so Boston civilization, it's not just that like we're running out of like ways to like we're running out of oil. Say. I mean, yes, we are running out of oil that's economic to extract, like where it makes sense to even pump it out of the ground. But like this would not be a killing blow for, I don't know, Roman civilization or whatever, because they like their civilization did not rely on that. Like not just in terms of economically, but in terms of like how they conceptualize the idea of civilization as such. Or like ancient Egyptian civilization. Like they might have used oil, whatever, for specific tasks, but they would never have built their entire civilization around it because like their conception of time and their own place in the universe and so on was like fundamentally alien to us. But like their civilization had, I mean, it took a couple of thousand years, but eventually like that potential was exhausted.
Yeah, basically.
And like that is the sort of overarching narrative here that like yes, even if we found more oil, like yes, like we are at a point where it's not physical constraints, but like the constraints of like no longer having any sort of vitality left here. Like, there's only so many things, like ways you can write like a detective novel. And then eventually every detective novel that's at least worth reading has already been written. And you can't make a new detective novel that's like, wow, this is new. And we're kind of like that as a civilization, I would say. And we're not the first. Like there's been pretty much every civilization that has come before us that no longer exists has also hit that limit.
Yeah. That is absolutely correct. Oh, we've got a long comment here. And Analytica. Where did this come from? Sorry. In search of haven. So he didn't ask a question. He just like linked to this thing from Analytica Camillus. Okay. And then what is this? He's just responding to someone. Okay, let me just read this. I'm not gonna read the entire thing. I'm just gonna skip and see what the general point is. Okay. Data centers leach heavy metals like a motherfucker. Okay. Lead and manganese. They also guzzle electricity like Mjolnir, looking for a lightning fix. Nowadays, there's much power. Okay. Put simply, the average American is right to complain, polluting the data centers or that. But right now, they can gatekeep, gaslight. They're out of that. Yeah. Data centers are a fucking joke. Data centers are not going to, make America great again, quote unquote, as the kids like to say. Data centers are, and like, there have been bubbles and speculative manias in the past, but okay, fine. There's a railway bubble. Oh my gosh, abandoned rail tracks and whatever. I mean, kind of sucks, but it's not useless infrastructure. But like data centers are actually legit useless infrastructure. If you're like a squatter or a homeless person, it's useful to you. You can rob the copper wiring and shit, but like data centers are a joke, right? So that's what that is.
The funny thing here is like about data centers, just if like first of all, like these data centers aren't actually being built, like they're being proposed, and they are never gonna finish like the majority of them for like tax reasons or whatever. But it's like, okay, we're gonna start constructing this data center, which like can't actually, like, even if we finished it and filled it with like ships, like we couldn't really turn it on because there's not power, like the power infrastructure in this neck of the woods. Like the power grid would just collapse if we tried to turn this stuff on. So we can't, like, for just empirical reasons. And also, it wouldn't make sense, like it wouldn't be economical, and there's no water to do the cooling. And it's like, it is completely, like every step of this process is nonsensical. And in a sense, like when people say I'm against this data center, I think that's just a shorthand for a much broader. I mean, like the Luddites and like the saboteurs, like the word saboteur comes from the French word for like sabot, which is, shoe. Because you had people throwing their wooden shoes into like the machinery, the weaving like machines or whatever, because this would destroy the way of life of like, traditional like guilds and also like small farmers. And it did. So, I mean, they weren't wrong about that. But like today, you have the same sort of cultural zeitgeist, but it's not even that like, okay, this new mode of production is about to destroy what we're used to. It's more like they're gonna build like a giant fucking golden idol, and then they're gonna do like live cattle sacrifices.
Yeah.
And it's like my entire city is gonna smell like a fucking slaughterhouse, because all of these like cows are being burned alive to propitiate the gods. And like I hate it. Like it's much more that kind of like really desperate and the end of an era um, like project, because again it can't work. Like the old sort of industrialization where like you replace artisans with laborers, like that shit, like it had there was a product, okay?
Yeah.
But here there really is.
75-year-old Chinese man builds 10 robots, Sir Malcolm. That's the new economy, and the robots are the consumers and the producers.
Yeah. I mean, one of the problems, and this is kind of like the Faustian imagination, like if you talk to ancient Egyptian or whatever, and you sort of, or a person in like ancient Greece or something, and you said, we're gonna build this machine that's basically a god.
Yeah.
that gives us the power of a god, and then we're gonna be all powerful. Like, or it's going to have like the wisdom of a god or the knowledge of a god. Like the natural response of someone in ancient Egypt or ancient Greece would be like, okay, you know, once you realize that once you build that machine, like the god machine, who has access to all knowledge that only the gods possess, if you say, I'm like, if you ask that god machine, like, how do I get to live forever as a mortal? The God machine, having perfect knowledge of all things, will just tell you you can't.
Yeah.
Like that, the God machine will just go through the list and say, you can't do this, you can't do this. Sorry, this is impossible. Sorry, not even gods escape death, and I know that because I'm the God machine. Like, if you want to, like, you hope to get all of these things out of the universe. Sorry, it's impossible. And like that is the non-Faustian civilization, like where your conception of the world is one where limits are imposed on the gods themselves. Like
Oh,
limits exist, and the like the you they exist completely independent of like human struggles, human emotion, and they are in fact so real that not even the gods themselves can like escape the tragedy of the universe. Like the gods are just bigger and stronger mortals who are captive to forces greater than themselves, who are impersonal. Like the idea that like if you just want it bad enough, you can have it. Like, no, sorry, Zeus wants a lot of things, but he can't even have that.
Yeah, Zeus, like half the time, Zeus is engaging in adultery, right? And is siring all these like demigods in the Greek mythos, right? And like all of the stories, it's like, tragedy, comedy, whatever you want to call it, but like all of them are with regard to hubris, limitation, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
But like, it's very interesting how modern society, I mean, I guess there were other peoples before us, but like not to this extent, right? Like, well, if we just want it, we can have it, man. Like, okay, well, the price of oil is $68. Why is it $68? We want it to be $68, therefore it will be $68. I mean, like, okay, good luck with that, bro.
yeah. And so like the
Oh, hello. Are you around, Sir Malcolm? Sir Malcolm, are you around? Something's up. Oh dear. I think did we break the system? What's going on? Malcolm left the stream. Oh no. What do we do? Invite guests. I think we broke the system. Ay ay ay. Oh dear. Sir Malcolm, are you here? Waiting for Sir Malcolm to join. Oh, apologies, dear readers and listeners. Left the stream. Okay. Well, we're having issues. Let me just quickly message Sir Malcolm, see what's going on. Did we break the limit on Substack? The Kufar cast evil eye on his internet connect. Possibly. I've never because there's the thing with these Substack shows is that the safe limit seems to be like 90 minutes to 2 hours. I mean, we've gone like 3 hours plus, so that seems to be what's going on. Right. Let me message him and see what's going on. Did the stream crash? I still see it on my end. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. That was very weird. Oh dear. Well, we covered a lot of material, so
oh sorry, I got disconnected here, I think.
no worries, no worries. I saw it for
Yeah,
a second. I saw it for a second because I've used Substack Live a few times, but I've never gone over like the 2 hour mark. Right, like we've already
yeah,
gone over 3 hours, And I thought
Yeah,
you crashed the system or something, but like,
yeah. I mean, yeah, it's about time to wrap it up, I think. But like, yeah, just to finish the point here, that
Yeah.
like we might be living in like the last greatest bubble, after which there might be a few more bubbles, but they will like the magic will be gone
Yeah.
because bubbles. Sure, like there have always been like humans can be exuberant, and like you have bubbles in terms of population and so on in the animal kingdom and all of that stuff. But the specific psychology that leads to like the really vicious bubble formation that we have today, which is again, we can have everything as long as we want it hard enough. Like that civilization is not going to survive the next 200 years, and and like Zoomers are already like not really Faustian in any real sense because like their conception of the world seems to be that like no matter what I want to have, I can't fucking have it because everything's getting worse.
Mhm.
So so like they don't really believe in the whole Caroline Leavitt like all you have to do is pursue the American dream, blah 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 blah. Like
yeah, yeah. Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah, that mythology is dead, man. I mean, I mean, even if you're like a fucking whore who's marrying her grandpa or whatever, like it's just a dead thing. But we have gone on for like 3+ hours. Sir Malcolm, I think we should do this again.
yeah,
Hopefully next
sure.
time around with like less technical issues or whatever the fuck. Feel free to share your screen because like one thing I really love about this thing is that you can just share your screen and talk about stuff as it comes on your screen. And yeah, I mean this thing's gonna be on YouTube probably sometime later today, within the next
Yeah.
few hours. So when it comes up, I'll let you know. So if possible, share it around. I'll do so as well. Um, Thank you, dear listeners, for tuning in. Oh, we got a bunch of questions here. Let me see what they are. You guys should make a stream with Mars. What kind of spirit comes after Faust? What kind of modus operandi? What kind of model and ideology comes along? I don't know the answer to any of those questions. What I do know is we will see the all-time peak of human population. And so any society that comes after us is going to have access to less energy and material flows. And so that's going to impact the way they view the world. Um, Given
Yeah,
any,
I
yeah,
think that like one of the things that has been enjoyable for me, and I need to get back to it. Like sort of, I've been sort of working on and off on this like sort of ROM hack like mod project
Mhm.
where it's basically set in like um 15th century, like a sort of 15th century fantasy, Holy Roman Empire, and it's like and all of the characters they're living like in a pre-Faustian civilization, right? So like their conception of the world is not one of progress or expansion or anything like that, even though they're actually living in a period where like gunpowder weapons are actually coming into effect and like the knights are slowly disappearing and all of that stuff. So like quote unquote progress is happening. But they don't really have the eyes or the brains to see that because their eyes and their brains are wired to a completely different way of thinking about the universe. Um, and what I want to like sort of point out about that is like it's enjoyable to work on stuff like that because just because it's different. Like it's not this sort of um, like you're forced to think like someone like a person who really doesn't look on the world with the same eyes as you. And it's kind of like, even if you're working with something that's like, okay, I know German history, I know quite a bit like about medieval Europe and so on. So like, this isn't really a foreign country, but in practice, it really is like being a tourist in a foreign country, even though you're exploring stuff that's already happened.
Mhm.
For the future, it's like, it's absolutely impossible to say.
Yeah.
Like we have no idea, and we can't know because it's like that stuff has still to be written. But it's
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
but it is like the tragedy of living today is like, and I had this discussion with a friend. because he's kind of like one of these, like he is very intellectual and speaks like 8 languages or whatever. So like he's not a dumb person by any means. He's much smarter than me in almost every way that counts. And I'd say almost just to preserve a shred of dignity, because I don't think he's very like, he might have the intelligence, but I think I have a slightly higher wisdom score than him in certain respects.
Fair enough.
But like we kind of spar about this, because he is sort of like, we have to save the Swedish people. We have to save Sweden to make sure it's here in 500 years. And I'm like, why?
Exactly.
And I don't even say this as like a rootless cosmopolitan or whatever. Like I could never live any other place. Like I live within 10 miles of where I grew up and where my parents live, and I have no plans whatsoever to like ever move again. So I'm pretty rooted in a sense. But it's like, so that's not the issue. Like I've never really enjoyed like, oh, I'm gonna go to New York because that's all the action is.
Mhm.
Like, but the issue here is, if you think about a Swedish person today, like a real rooted, salt of the earth guy, like he is not just like, and this is kind of the thing that like all of these sort of romantics miss. Like, yes, you could say that this Swedish person is like, he has a deep connection to the soil, which is like encoded in his blood and his genes and so on, blah blah blah. He is a specific species, like subspecies of human being, which like any other subspecies of some fucking flightless bird or whatever in Polynesia, like deserves to survive. Okay, granted. But here's the thing: every Swede and every American and every Englishman and every Egyptian and every other person you'd ever care to name today is the product of 1,000 dead cultures and languages. Like, before you were Swedish or your ancestors were Swedish, like they were 10 or 100 or 1,000 other things that no longer exist.
Mhm. Yep.
Like, and again, like that's like, to say at some point that like, okay, we've had all of this churn. Like we live on a planet where if something dies, like it's eaten by worms or crows or like badgers or whatever, and like all of the dead material on this planet is quickly used to create new life, except in like literal deserts.
Mhm.
Like if you go to super hot and dry deserts or like super cold and dry deserts, like you can find a corpse from a polar exploration thing like 300 years ago, and the corpse is still like wearing his old clothes, and like you can see like it you can still recognize like actual facial features.
Yeah.
Because like there's no like biological processes happening, because like the environment is too dead for bacteria even to work. Like, yeah, at that point you can just like, there is no sort of recycling of anything, and there is no activity, there is no life. But like, on the rest of the planet, no. You're not gonna see like a fucking 400-year mummy just sitting out there in the open, because it will have been repurposed for other things.
Yeah.
Like that what was that mummy will be a flower and a tree and a bear and another human being.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
What is the point, I ask, to say, okay, well, I am the product of this like riotous explosion of life, but I want to like, and that riotous sort of cycle of life has been really great, because it's led to like Sweden Anno Domini 2026. But now I want to press pause. Like, okay, history has been great up until now. Can we please stop having history? And it's like, yeah, okay, sure, you could make the argument that I'm just so comfortable with Sweden and Swedish and all of that stuff, so I don't really think you could make anything better. Well, like that's what people said 2,000 years ago as well. Like if if we apply that logic, and if we allow that logic to flourish, like there would never be Swedes in the first place. Like that Swedish culture would never have been created because it was created on the bones of something else. And those people making up that something else would just have said, okay, well, all of history up until us, that's great. Let's not have history. And so I'm not making a point here that's like, oh, fuck Sweden, we need immigration, we need to destroy the white man or whatever. I'm just making the point that, like, if you just say, I want this ride to end, not only are you going to be disappointed, because the ride never ends, like on this planet, the ride never ends.
Yeah.
But also, the ride is pretty enjoyable. Like, you're missing out on a lot of interesting shit.
Yeah.
Like the history that has taken us here, like all the twists and turns, the Reformation, Risorgimento, like all of that stuff, that is genuinely interesting, and it was genuinely interesting to read about. It's interesting to live through, and the period we live in today is also interesting. And like seeing all of these like new cultural sort of movements and like political crises and like maps being redrawn and all of that stuff. It's horrible a lot of the time, but it's also genuinely interesting.
Mhm.
And like at some point you kind of gotta lean back and say, well, I don't know where this ride is gonna take me, but I'm gonna try to avoid, bumping my head into the railing, and I'm gonna try to enjoy myself as much as one can.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
Like the future is a foreign country to us, but I mean, it's gonna be home to future generations. Like for them, what we have today is gonna be the foreign thing.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, no, it's you can't hit the pause button, and it's a form of special pleading. I want the English to be English, or I want the Swedes to be Swede. There's no such thing as static demography and that kind of stuff, right? Like, there's basically three outcomes. Outcome number one is you go extinct, in which case, well, a bunch of people move in and they occupy the place that you once lived in. Okay, fine. So it got repurposed by someone else. Okay, fair enough. Option number two, everyone becomes poorer and whatnot. And then, gradually over time, there's more mixing and what have you. And then, okay, fine. Then what are you so upset about? Well, everyone's kind of poor anyway. You're poor, he's poor, and then the other 50 ethnicities and 20 religions are poor as well. Like, I don't know what you're upset about, right? And the final one is like this fantasy novel storybook of like, you know, I was promised Sweden of the 1970s. I didn't get it. Why didn't I get it? Because of the fucking immigrants, right? Um, I want the Sweden of the 1970s. I don't want the immigrants. Um, Look, you know, if you want an industrial society, you need population growth, you need labor, you need all these other things. You need the pyramid scheme of like taxes and pensions and all this other shit, right? Like, by necessity, pursuing those things led to this outcome of 2026 Sweden, right? It's not like, oh, the elites didn't have, love for the nation and they betrayed us and Soros and whatever the fuck. Like, this is all nonsense, man. This is all nonsense,
Yeah.
right? So all
Yeah,
of the, yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
This is also why I really hate Westoids when they talk about China. Like China, the real China, it's so fucking interesting. Like it's way more interesting. I think Japan is really interesting. Like I'm kind of a Japan fanboy in some ways, like historically. But I have to say, China is so much more interesting than Japan. If we like look at the future, I think that like Japan, it's gonna be like a slow ride into decline. But like China, that shit is like, know, they've created like these huge, like, and this is kind of the problem of life itself. It's like you try to solve one problem, and by solving that problem, you create two more, and then you have to solve those, and then you create four more problems, and that goes on for your entire life until you die. Like creating more problems by solving old ones. that is like almost the definition of being alive in a sense.
Yeah.
And in China's case, it's like, okay, we need all of this economic growth. And so they create this system that produces economic growth and also builds up all of these imbalances inside the economy and like tanks their fertility rates.
Mhm.
And any problem, any way they're going to try to solve that is going to create even greater problems. And like, where does this stuff end up? Because like, how the fuck does the country look if there's like 400 billion people or 400 million people, and like at the turn of the century in like 2090 or whatever, like there's 400 or 500 million people left, and like all of the construction projects through the 2040s.
Sir Malcolm. Here's something interesting. Japan ranks fourth amongst the 5 worst economic growth performers since the beginning of this century. Apart
Yeah.
from Japan, all the others are war-torn countries. Japan is now sitting at the same table with Libya and Somalia. So now imagine where China will be at. Imagine where China will be at.
Yeah, exactly. Because like they have, in some ways, like they industrialize they were the last big like successful industrialization of a major economy. But they were doing so at a period where like all of the really cool stuff that you use for early industrialization, like anthracite coal, like that shit was basically gone.
Yeah, exactly.
Like and like all of the best sort of war grades and mines and so on, like, you know, they came to the party where like most of the punch bowl was already empty.
Mhm.
So like in some ways it's more impressive because of that. Like you kind of have to hand it to China that they played a bad hand compared to Japan. So I would still say that Japan were like they had pretty good skill at playing hands in general. But like the sort of imbalances here are worse than what would happen if you industrialize in the 19th century.
Yeah.
Just for structural reasons.
Mhm.
And like the incoming problems here are like they are historically unprecedented. Like build like have a investment led, infrastructure led, like developmentalist model into a population collapse.
Mhm.
Like, how the fuck is that even gonna look? Like, are you gonna have like stalkers going into like some Chinese industrial zone and bringing back artifacts? Like
Yeah.
in 150 years? I mean, it's not like that shit is not impossible in a sense.
Mhm.
Like, you could have like a big scavenger economy. You could have like all kinds of weird social movements, all kinds of like political crises and political like developments, just because like suddenly you have a country sized for 1.5 billion people and you have 450 million people left, and they're going to be living in like ruins in some cases, or they're just going to go to like ruins and they're going to take the copper out of the walls and then they're going to make like plate armor out of it or something. Like it's going to be like it's going to be a radically different way of living. And again, like Japan is kind of charting the course for that because Japan is already an economy built around decay, like, you know, shrinkage.
Mhm.
But I mean, they had a much better like that is the funny thing. Like Japan started industrializing seriously in you know the 19th century. And then they got kind of fucked by World War II for, you know, obvious reasons. But like they had their like they stopped the population stopped growing. I want to say like in the early aughts.
I think the all-time high was actually 2007, 2008,
Oh
128
yeah.
million. Yeah. So it was actually in a global financial crisis kicked off exactly at around that time.
Yeah. So like I mean these things are kind of a lagging indicator. So like, you know, you had the like the fall of Japanese sort of births under the replacement rate. It's slightly before you hit the population top. I think that's how it works.
Yeah,
But
basically, yeah.
but like we're basically talking about like the sort of de facto decline setting in around the turn of the millennium, like depending on how you count, like
Yeah, with the
eight,
dot-com.
8, 10 years plus minus, like um, but then it really shows up in statistics in the late aughts. But like that's 100 years after industrialization begins, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And today the fertility rate is a good sight better than it is in China. I mean that's not saying much. Like Ireland during the Great Famine,
Oh,
during
yeah.
the Gorta War had like better fertility than China today. But like whatever. Um, like China, I mean, you depending on where you count like serious industrialization, but like we're not talking 18th century, like 19th century here. No, sir. Like um, we're talking the 20th century, and it's kind of like an open question whether you want to think like put this real starting date with Mao or with like the post Mao reforms. I mean, some people would say it's like the post Mao reforms where things really get going, and with like Deng Xiaoping, like his sort of like new, like his new policy towards development,
Mm-hmm.
which represented a radical break from like the Maoist conception.
Mm-hmm.
But like even if you want to start with Mao, it's like we are talking like 70 years.
Yeah.
Like the Chinese really get going 70 years after the Japanese, okay?
Yeah.
And in some cases it's like 100 years after the Japanese, if you want to like go to like if you want to say it starts with Deng Xiaoping. And consider that like we're not talking about like, oh, in 100 years from now or in 70 years from now, uh, the Chinese are gonna experience like population contraction.
Yeah.
Like their curve is radically different. Like it's like the population contraction or the is worse than in Japan right now. It might not actually, like the actual contraction might be slightly better
It's like 3
because like these
million.
things are delayed, but
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
the things that are baked into the cake in terms of contraction right now are worse in China.
Yeah,
Um,
basically.
and I mean, like this is a completely different sort of historical arc, and one that is like worse because like the Japanese had much longer period of like growth in the sun, and their decline is also like less steep. But it's hard to say that like, okay, there's going to be some sort of big explosion that will really unleash the decline in Japan going forward. Like apart from like a catastrophic famine or whatever, which I don't think is particularly likely, and I don't think that's how like this energy crisis is going to work. Like, and again, like here we can harken to John Michael Greer's like post on peak oil. Like the danger of peak oil is not some sudden catastrophe, because humans don't like sudden catastrophe. Like if a sudden catastrophe is coming, humans will move out of the way in general. Like if a train is speeding towards them, they will step off the tracks. And they will come up with ways to try to mitigate this disaster so that not everyone dies.
Mhm.
And rather than unleashing Mad Max, like the reality of peak oil was always destined to be, well, okay, things just get worse and shittier forever. With some like, the Iran war and other such like, specific like rapid disruptions. But like Greer has described this as like a kind of a stair-step process where it's like slowly, then a big chunk of decline, and then things maybe even recover a bit, and then you get another chunk of decline, and so on. Like that is probably going to happen in Japan going forward. Like I don't think there's going to be Mad Max Japan or Battle Royale or whatever like that movie was. I don't think the Japanese are gonna start killing each other like in order on TV in order to like get school delinquency under control. But you can actually predict such and many people have like a big collapse or a big event in China because depending on what metrics you look at, like there are some similarities in China and Japan in the 80s in terms of like the over concentration of investment into unproductive sectors, and like the way that Japan dealt with this was they allowed their entire economy to basically zombify, right? Like instead of solving all of the like sitting down and trying to sort out the Gordian knot of an economy that had been choking on unproductive investments, they just said, well, sweep it all under the rug. And like there are the incentives in China are different, but they're not really different in ways that are good. Like they're different in ways that are neutral or maybe even bad. So China, even though it's like worse than Japan right now, it might actually get significantly worse.
Yeah.
There might be some sort of and like okay, it might get significantly worse in Japan as well, but like the risks of that structurally are bigger in China because China is kind of like it has achieved a lot of very impressive things, even though I think that even there, people tend to have like this pretty uncritical ahistorical view. Like Chinese people in the 1970s traveled to Germany and America, and they said, "Wow, like these people have really got it together. We need to become Germany, or we need to become Sweden, or we need to become like America."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're not going to these countries today and being particularly impressed because there's not much to be impressed by anymore. But the lesson there is just that. I mean, Germany used to be really impressive before it became very not impressive.
Mm-hmm.
And so like stagnation is built into like the decline is built into the ascent in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at like all of the super impressive stuff that you see out of China, like really cool new like cars and shit. Well, I mean, people in the 1970s, they looked at Germany and said, "Holy shit, look at all these cool cars, man. Like, wow, this is like future technology." So like there's nothing new under the sun in having a rising industrial power produce cool stuff, okay? Yes, cool stuff is cool stuff, but like it's not revolutionary to have cool stuff when you're on the upswing. And so people need to think about this in terms of, well, how much cooler is this cool stuff? And it's an open question how you would even measure that. But how much cooler is this cool stuff compared to the cool stuff relative to the era where Western powers had cool stuff?
Yeah.
And my sense, and this is not scientific, but my sense is just that like the relative level of holy shit, this is so impressive. If you went to England in the era of Paradox's Victoria Games, would be higher than if you go to China today.
Yeah, the gap between like the British Empire in the early 1800s versus the Qing dynasty of the early 1800s, that is a much wider gap versus like if you go to the Congo in 2026 versus China in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, if I go to China today, like I see, oh wow, they have skyscrapers and they are really impressive. But okay, sure. I don't really. There's not a lot of skyscrapers in Sweden in particular. But if you lived in like I don't know, like Zurich or whatever, like
Mm.
you could say, well, these skyscrapers they're like 15% or 20% more impressive than the skyscrapers at home. Okay, that's something. And you go and you see like, wow, these cars are really cool, and they're like 25% more cool than the cars I have at home. Okay, 25%. That's like a quarter of 100%. Like that's something. And you could say, well, this payment program, like where you can just swipe your mobile phone, it has like a dating app attached to it, while the Swedish payment app doesn't. I don't know how how impressive that is in percentage points, but I mean it's something. And you could say like, oh look, this cool new train station is much cleaner and much more sort of organized than my train station. But I mean, I still have a train station, right?
Yeah.
That was not the case. If you went to like if you went to Japan from China in 1920, or if you went from China to England in 1920, you couldn't say, well, okay, I have to hand it to the British. Their trains are like 20% faster than mine. Like, I don't fucking have trains. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So there is kind of a difference here in like we at this point we're talking about like qualitative differences. Like, okay, well, taxi services like Uber apps are 20% better in China. Cars are 20% like more energy efficient or whatever. While like the Chinese going to the West back in the day, like they were talking they weren't talking quantitative differences. They were talking qualitative differences. Like this is another way of like human existence. Like that was what industrialism was at some point, and why everyone kind of wanted to industrialize it. Like this is a completely new way of shaping human life.
Yeah.
Which I mean, you kind of have that in sort of in miniature. If you play like Victoria Free or whatever as a sort of unciv nation, like you start with fucking traditionalism or whatever, and
Yeah.
your first priority is like switching from like not being in the race whatsoever to like having any sort of industrial economy at all.
Hmm. Hmm.
Like you have to get rid of like the fucking landowners who just say, well, I think everyone should just be a serf. Thank you. Like we don't need factory workers. Like people should be tied to the land and
Yeah.
grow potatoes and use my noble family mill. And it's like, no, dude, we should build factories. Okay, we should have like 5% of the population making food for 95% of people, like making fucking steel like bars to build skyscrapers. Like that is the entire transition you have to do. Like if you're England at the start of Victoria 2 or Victoria 3, like you've basically done that most of the time. Now it's just making sick profits. But
Yeah.
like to sort of square the circle here or tie the sack together, the the it's going to be super interesting to see what actually happens to like the non-low wang China here, like the China that exists in reality, because they have in the short and medium term much bigger problems than like almost anyone else. But
Mhm.
on the other hand, it's like it's not like China isn't gonna exist in some sort of form that would be recognizable to Chinese people, just in the same way that like, okay, well, someone from the Tang Dynasty or whatever going through a time machine would still say, okay, well, this is a China where people ride around in iron chariots or whatever without horses attached to them, but it's
Yeah.
still China, okay?
Mhm.
Like China, the people are going to be able to say that about China in like 800 years from now, I think.
Mhm.
But but like the their sort of sojourn into like copying, Faustian civilization, like they're not going to be better at it than the originals here. Like, I'm sorry to say, like they are that it's not like we tried it and we invented that shit, okay? And like if we can't do it, nobody else can. And if we have to find some alternative because this stuff doesn't work for us, you can be damn sure like everyone else has to find some alternative.
Yeah, I mean, the Chinese are gonna be around. There's like 1.2, 1.3 billion Han Chinese. There's gonna be a portion of that left. Um, because we're gonna see the all-time peak of human population, which is probably gonna be. I mean, if I had to guess, it's difficult to pinpoint the top, but if I had to guess, it's probably gonna be 9 point something billion. That's gonna be the all-time peak. Maybe we hit 10 billion. I don't know, right? But because we're going to hit the all-time peak, and let's assume for the sake of argument, okay, human beings, we've existed for half a million years on the planet. I'm just going to take the larger number. Okay. Mammalian species, what's like the typical life cycle? Well, if you don't go extinct and if you kind of have a decent long life, 10 million years. Okay, so 9.5, 10 million years left, and we've hit our population peak, and then down she goes, and the remaining 9.5, 10 million years are going to be human beings living on the planet with access to far fewer resources, energy flows, etc., right? That being said, because the because we hit the all-time peak, um, every other human society over the next 9, 10 million years, uh, at least from the perspective of genealogy, right? They're going to trace back to like this particular period of like the 20th and the 21st century and being impacted by the events of these big tumultuous times, right? Um, a lot of people don't notice, but genetic descent and genealogical descent is not the same thing. It sounds very weird, but the way I like to explain it is as follows. Um, I was born in the year 1995. If I go back 400 years in the past to my ancestor who lived in like the late 1500s, and I did like genealogical descent, well, yeah, he's my ancestor. He's my great, 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 whatever grandfather, right? But in terms of genetic descent and genetic material, I would have less than 1% in common with him, right? Similarly, if I go into the future 400 years, right, and I'm in the year 2495 or the early 2500s, there's going to be a similar relationship with my descendant and me, right? So it's very interesting, right? So we have genealogical descent and genetic descent. They're not the same thing. Um, you have these relationships with people in the 400 years and minus 400 years cohort, right? And it's mostly bunched, plus or minus a couple of decades in either direction, right? So even when you make the sales pitch that some people do of like Sweden has to remain white, or like Bangladesh has to remain Bengali, or like I don't know, this place has to be this is all. I'm sorry, man, but this is junk science. Like this is not even like empirically it's false, right? And like you were saying, Sir Malcolm, there's so many interesting things happening in the world with regard to the real China and the real Japan and all these other things. It's just better to spend time on those things rather than like, you know, 20th century mythologies and pseudoscience and all this other crap. Like, let's actually look at the world through like the more interesting frames and like, hey, the 21st century is going to be interesting. There's going to be the all-time peak of human population. What does the far future look like after that based on the decisions we kind of make in the 21st century? I think that's just a better question to ask rather than focusing on like fucking remigration or, how do we save the American empire? Or, how does China build the God machine? Like everyone is just interested in like fucking slop, man. They're all interested in like I just think like this is one of those situations where like I can just critique a person's aesthetic preference and just be like, you're just interested in the wrong things, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
there is an irony here though, which is like I find like when I'm sort of writing this setting for like medieval Europe, like it's just after the Hussite Wars. Like you have the first sort of introduction of gunpowder into like actual warfare where it's effective. Like the German knights just get kind of wrecked, and like you have all of these sort of slow changes, like the sort of disenfranchisement disenfranchisement of the like German lower nobility on behalf like due to like magnates growing in power and so on. And like in that setting, like sort of being a slop enjoyer is kind of like that's what everyone who's a knight does. It's like, things used to be really based where, warfare was all about knights who are real warriors, like these fucking peasants or mercenaries or whatever who don't, like yeah, okay, they can fight. Or as the Eldar say about like the Space Marines in Dawn of War 2, like, yeah, they know the science of war, but not the art. Like, which is kind of like, okay, well, if they shoot you and you die, I mean,
Mhm.
yeah, whatever, man. Like, that's what the Space Marine is gonna say. Like, yeah, well, you're still dead, alien scum. But like, I don't find it annoying to like think about sort of German knights going like, oh yeah, back in the day things were really based, and we need to like have more Tollbooth castles to bring back the old days. Uh, Even though like it's kind of the same thing. I guess the difference here is just that like in a culture that values progress,
Mhm.
it's way like more kind of discordant once
Mhm.
people start becoming like maudlin and nostalgic. Because
Yeah.
like a guy who's like kind of has this idea of the world should just be like it is right now, essentially forever.
Mhm.
And like again, like you can kind of tell a tourist from someone who's not a tourist, like writing about like the medieval world or whatever, if they try to use like this sort of reformist enlightenment um, sort of voice for characters.
Mhm.
Because like if you're a guy in the medieval period,
Mhm.
and you basically see this also with like super revolutionary movements as well. Like everyone is essentially arguing for like we have this set of rules and set of like logic
Mhm.
that is like if we apply it like the world is going to be great,
Mhm.
and like all crises are just like the the result of people not doing their job.
Yeah,
So like
basically.
a guy going like we shouldn't really have nobility or peasants, like we should have a meritocracy, like everyone is just going to go like what the fuck are you talking about?
Mhm.
Because like even peasants themselves, when they conceptualize like their own problems, it's like, well, the nobles aren't really doing their job. Like we have a social contract where it's like we work, like the priests pray and the nobles fight, and like it's supposed to be like this sort of mutual beneficial, like based on respect and so on, like a body essentially with different sort of organs and limbs. And like the hand is not really doing things that are conducive to the legs and like the heart and the lungs. Like the hand is off doing its own fucking thing, and the hand should get back on the team.
Mhm.
Um, and so like if you have that conception and you have a bunch of weird changes, like economics make it so that it doesn't really make sense to have all of these knights
Mhm.
because there's not enough land for them and so on. And like they have an antiquated way of warfare, so you move over to mercenaries. Yeah, I guess it's okay for these people to just go like, yeah, we need to go back to the old days. But
Mhm.
like if the dynamo, if the basis of your entire civilization is like we're gonna destroy everything that exists because by destroying everything that exists, like we create something new and better. It's
Mhm.
like please stop destroying everything that exists. I think we should destroy nothing and just conserve everything.
Yeah.
It's like okay, you can say that if you're like a medieval peasant, but if you still have like the same programming where it's like revolutionizing everything is great, And that is still your idea, where it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna move to the stars, and we're gonna like abandon our corporal bodies, and we're just gonna become like ghosts in the machine, and blah blah blah. But please, the social arrangements and everything else of like the 1970s America, those, they should last forever also while we're out in space. It's like, dude, like, make up your fucking mind.
Yeah.
But people have always like sort of like people in the 1,000 years before the birth of Christ in Egypt were like enjoying Egypt slop, probably, about
Oh, yeah.
like back in the real old kingdom,
Yeah.
like they didn't have all of these newfangled inventions and like yentas or
Mhm.
Egyptian Caroline Leavitt or whatever telling the kids to stop being woke. Like, we need to go back when it was really like people really knew what they were doing. But
We need to go back to the days when we were fighting the evil Zionist entity, and back then we were men of moral fiber and everything. But look at us, we're a bunch of sissies and panty-fied and whatever, right? Like, there's gonna be a lot of that going on.
yeah, I
Um,
mean, the funny thing about that in Egypt specifically is like during certain times, and like this is also happening with like Egypt today. Like, they have this super weird like larpy relationship to like the ancient like Egyptian.
Mhm.
Like, so the state is kind of like bankrolling all of these really like kitschy like exhibitions. And like, I think they have some government ministry, which is like kind of this like building that's like a super like ancient Egyptian LARP building and so on. So it's kind of like, um, and you often see this in like, I think even like official paradox sort of focus trees. Um, there's probably a version of it now where it's like you're playing like the Egyptians during World War II, and like 1-3 is like, okay, we should underline our like Islamic heritage and like the heritage of like the sort of like the Mamluks,
Mhm.
or like, no, actually we're all like the genetic descendants of like the old Egyptians, and we should like embrace that aspect, and like we should build new pyramids. And
Yeah.
it's like, in some sense, like that is as cringe as it might appear. I mean, that's not really that different from any other project of like ethnogenesis you'd care to name, especially like in a modernist frame. Like,
Mhm.
it's not that different. Like an Egyptian like Muslim talking about like, I'm actually something of a pharaoh myself. Um, that guy is not that different from like a pan-Slavic activist in the 19th century, or like a German nationalist. Like
Mhm.
the German national project was kind of like, you know what, I'm kind of like an Arminius myself or whatever. Like, that's when they build all, like these statues, like this huge statue of Arminius, like the first German hero, like he fought the Romans, and like Arminius. First of all, the statue is placed like 1,000 miles from where the battle actually took place, because like nobody gave a fuck about like to double check that. But also, like, Arminius, like he wasn't doing that on behalf of the German nation.
Mhm.
And when people, again, like if you when people were talking about like the German nation during the medieval period, it's like, yeah, Germans are like people who enjoy uh, beating others, like punching others in the nose if they try to like start shit. Like, we're better at punching people than anyone else in the world, and we also like beer and wine and pretty ladies. So like that's why Germany is great. Like they had state. It wasn't really like a defensive or insecure. It's like, yeah, German people are people that are kind of like me and have the same interests as me.
Yeah.
Um, and it only became like this. Oh well, German people, they're Armenian. Like, a guy in the 13th century didn't give a single fuck about Armenians. Like,
Nobody
Yeah, he
was
was the
like
guy.
interested in this stuff. Yeah, nobody was
Yeah,
interested in this stuff. But like even like well like this new obsession with like paganism and like Thor and Odin or whatever the fuck. Like nobody cared about it in like Sweden in the 1500s or 1600s,
oh
man.
yeah, I mean, I live in Uppsala, and we have like these old, we have the old Uppsala, right? And it's like this sort of old temple grounds, and like the temple hasn't been there for, I don't know, 1400 years or 1400 years or whatever, because like when Sweden was Christianized, the first thing was just like get this fucking temple, like get it out, get it all, destroy it, and
Yeah.
make a church there and make it the seat of like the archbishop in Sweden, so that like pull this shit up by the roots so that like it can't regrow. But like what they didn't remove was the old sort of grave mounds, right? Like so you have these artificial hills where old sort of pagan kings are buried,
Mhm.
and it's like in the 18th century and the 19th century in particular, after the Great Northern War, where Sweden lost, Finland or the eastern half of the kingdom. Um, at that point, you had this sort of romantic movement. So if you go out to old Uppsala today, there's this like pub called Odensborg, which is like Odin's fortress, like Vota, like the sort of the Allfather. Um, and it's the kitschiest fucking thing ever. Like it's like a legacy of the national romantic movement, where like people put like horns on plastic helmets, or before they had plastic, whatever, like leather helmet, and like said, oh, this is so this I'm a Viking. So it's kind of like it has very little to do with the people that actually lived in Scandinavia 1,000 years ago, which is fine. But also, if you think about like people living in this area 500 years ago, they didn't give a fuck about like these old mounds or whatever. Yeah, like okay, someone made them 1,000 years ago. Who cares?
Mm.
Um,
Yeah.
so again, like every one of these projects, like LARPing is kind of built into nationalism in a way. So and that LARPing can be really healthy. I think the only thing that isn't healthy here is just when people really like have this sort of panic attack of like we need to stop the clock in like 1970 or whatever,
Yeah.
which is a hilarious, like unfeasible thing to do, for the
It's
simple reason.
yeah,
Yeah, like the 1970s, like that's basically like saying like you're tumbling down a waterfall,
Yeah.
and you're saying like I want to be in this position forever, like forever falling down a waterfall to my death. Like you could say like, okay, I'm lounging on this beach, just enjoying the sun, and I want this moment to last forever. Okay, fine. Like nothing lasts forever, but like at least that's kind of a moment of stability, right?
Mhm.
It's not a moment of holy shit, like we are in an incredibly violent transition that is, by its definition, like you don't tumble down a waterfall for very long. Like you start, and then you fall, and then you hit the ground and the rocks beneath, and then you break your neck. But like the 1970s, like they were inherently just like an age where blink and you'll miss it, like literally. Like
Mhm.
okay, uh, you know, be in a coma for 10 years, and this entire society that existed in the 1970s is basically gone and replaced with a different society where people speak the same language.
Yeah.
At least that's not the case in medieval Europe for a much longer period. It's like, okay, if you're in a coma for 140 years, yeah, that's going to happen. Like there will be some big changes. There's going to be like a big plague or a civil war or something, and now the map is different. But it's like it even though it's different, it's like still kind of the same rule set underneath. But like talking about the 1970s, like which was this period of transition for the inherently unstable system of industrialism. It's like, yeah, dude, in 10 years, like you're going to be deindustrialized.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
have started the process of actively deindustrializing. So like,
Yeah.
It is so, you know, tragic in a sense to try to cling on to these kinds of like periods of upheaval rather than at least like periods of stability. Uh,
Yeah.
We got a bunch of questions. Let me see
Yep.
if they're relevant to what we've been talking about. What kind of, we already answered that. Okay. What kind of worldview will we adopt in the future? I think we already answered that.
Yep.
What are you, Shia or Sunni? Oh, this is towards me. I call myself Muslim. You can put me down as a Sunni, but I'm not one of those types who are like, oh, the Shia are evil or whatever. I'm not one of those types. Okay. What are we the peasants supposed to do in this kind of end of an era's period? Any advice? John Michael Greer, he nailed it ages ago. The Grandmaster of Doom himself. Collapse now to avoid the rush. So if
Yeah.
you've got a lifestyle where you use loads of energy material flows, cut back as much as possible on what is extraneous and try to live in and around a tight knit community and whatnot. And yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of stuff that you have to live without. So start right now, and then yeah, that'll be the best thing to do. Okay, and then what do we have down here? What are we? Okay, so I already answered that. Should Europeans looking forward be much more interested in Eurasianism racially along with Russia? Basically, should the Hapa Empire be created to save the white? I think Sir Malcolm and myself, we already answered it, which is that this concept of having this preserved 1970s, 1960s society, or like, oh, let's preserve this society from like 100 years ago or whatever, that is just impractical. I talk a lot about like Eurabia and Eurafrica. It's a half joking way and a half serious way. I think there is going to be a portion of the European population that are Muslim, but I don't think we're going to become the majority. Similarly, I think there's going to be pluralities of people and races and ethnicities and whatnot. Like basically, we're going to see ethnogenesis and new things being born. I don't think this concept of like saving the white race is practical, nor is it feasible. I mean, Sir Malcolm has already said it beautifully with regard to like it's worse than like a fucking waterfall. It's like, well, I'm falling down the waterfall. Let me be at like, 20 feet away from impact for all of eternity. That's never gonna happen. Right.
Yeah, and the issue here is just like if we kind of focus a bit on Europe because it's kind of interesting as a specific case study, just because it has this weird role as. I mean, I know John Michael Greer is kind of down on Europe, and I think he's a bit too bearish on America, on Europe, and a bit too bullish on America. To be honest, I think like
Yeah.
these things eventually come out in the wash.
Mhm.
And again, like the difference in a sense between Europe and America that is very like positive for Europe and very negative for America is that like in Europe, people have a connection to the land. And I don't mean this in a sort of uh, you know like ostentatious sense, but like in the very basic sense of like I don't really need to know
You.
what kind of trees are growing in the city park.
Yeah.
But I kind of know at some point that like these trees are like they are fit for the environment, right?
Yeah.
Like the trees are not going to die because like it's cold in Sweden or whatever because people have lived there for so long that they kind of know, okay, well it gets cold in winter. And so like they use trees that have also been in Sweden for a very long time, but also have some inkling of it being cold in the winter. It's not like, the mode of sort of urban civilization in America where it's like you have these parks, and they're reliant on pumping up all the groundwater in Arizona to water the trees so they don't die, while like they're trying to eradicate like the actual trees like mesquites and so on that actually grow in a place like Arizona or Nevada. You can't have that. Like you have to have a European oak in this fucking desert where European oaks can't survive. Then you go down to Mexico and it's like, yeah, we make parks from plants that are native to Mexico and look nice in Mexico and can survive in Mexico. So like, you know, there is like a sort of ruthlessness or like a Greer is right in calling America a young culture, but that is not just positive in the sense that like, oh, they have so much vitality and dynamism. It's like they haven't even developed like a basic sort of connection to the place they live in, which means that they will suck up all the groundwater and poison all the rivers and then fucking die from thirst until they pick up habits so they don't kill themselves. And that is going to be a process where a bunch of people die. But putting that aside, like I guess like with Europe, if you talk about something like the white rights, for example, like, yes, you can sort of say the white race is like a material reality, right? Because like you can make all of these, you can look at genes and you can sort of define the white race as these people have these particular genes in these particular clusters, and so like it's kind of a circular argument to say that the white race exists, because I mean you are making the definition according to like and you're making the definition to fit certain empirical things that can be observed.
Yeah, basically.
So as long as those empirical things can be observed, that is a confirmation that like your sort of overlay.
Race is a physical. I mean, if people say race is physically real, eventually what they end up doing is they have to do circular reasoning. It's not really anything that they're doing. Yeah.
You can. I mean, the problem is that like, okay, you can define race using basically anything that can be empirically observed.
Yeah.
And the only limit is like how seriously people are going to take you. I can say that there are two races in the West. There is the race of people who are alliance players in World of Warcraft, and then there is the race of people who are horde players in World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
And now there's been a bunch of race mixing because in later expansions they've toned down the factional conflict. So like we're in an age of decline. But I mean, you can't say no. You can't say that. You can't just say there are two races. Like that's ridiculous. Like no, dude. There are people who play horde, and there are people who play alliance, and then there are people who sort of race mix. Like you can't deny that this is empirically observable. It's up to me to like fill this empirical observation with like a value judgment or a about social category. And that might seem like a point of solipsism, but it's like, okay, are Irish people white? Well, I mean, if you didn't define that category as, well, it includes the Irish because, I mean, it does, then yes, they are. But if we look at like the historical usage of the term white, like no, Irish people weren't really included. And the point here is just that like you can say, well, okay, these things changed because they had to, because like we can't really, with our problems today, draw some sort of hard and fast line where we say that Irish Roman Catholics aren't white because like they're Celts or whatever. Like that doesn't speak to the actual racial reality and the social and political reality of America in 2026. And like, yeah, okay, fine, whatever, dude. Yeah, bring up that like Poles weren't considered white like 150 years ago or whatever. Like, but that was 150 years ago, and today is today. Like, we have other problems. Exactly. And the thing is, like, once you open that door, or once you acknowledge that this is the reality of these categories, what's to stop future people from saying, well, okay, we can't really say that, Iranians aren't white, or black people from Northern Africa aren't white, or Indians aren't white. We're living in 2086, grandpa. Like, get your fucking 100-year-old, like, Moors away from us. Like, Unk needs to go back to bed. Like, obviously, you can't say, well, I mean, you can't change these categories. They're hewn in stone, because your entire point was they have to change with the times. So, where I want to go with this, just so people kind of understand the issue at play in Europe, is just that these social categories are products of their time, right?
Yeah.
And in a time of massive upheaval, you're going to see massive upheaval in social categories as well.
Oh yeah.
And like trying to cling to like outdated versions of these social categories, like it would be as ridiculous as saying like, oh yeah, I'm running a white nationalist movement in America, like whites only, but Polacks aren't invited, and people in Texas 200 years ago thought that like Finns were China Swedes, like basically Wish.com Mongols. So, oh shit, you have some Finnish ancestry, Mr. American. You can't be a part of my white nationalist movement because like you are basically a Mongol according to the founding fathers. Like, you can't run the fucking white nationalist movement based on those premises in 2026. You could 200 years ago. You could just say like, sorry, Finns are basically animals. And that's what people also said. But today you kind of have to, be modern. But the problem is that like once you acknowledge that you have to be modern, you realize that modernity is whatever is kind of applies right now. And what's going to apply in the future in Europe? I'm supremely skeptical of all of these bullshit narratives of like, the Muslims are taking over or whatever.
Malcolm, Sir Mankel, Uncle Bashir is gonna rape Europa, man. That's what it.
Yeah, but like the part of the Uncle Bashir thing that really makes me go like, what the fuck? It's like the hot sort of Arab like woman sort of that says, I'm gonna help you get fit at the gym. And you're gonna be so impressed by my like curvy, like bodacious, like Muslima wiles that you're gonna convert. And it's like, yeah, well, dude, if that shit happens, it's gonna happen because it's like, oh yeah, this fucking owns actually. Like with Aunt Fatima you with. Like so like at that point it's just like that isn't even a fucking conquest. It's like who is conquering who? But but like no, like all of this shit, like it's so obvious that like much of this discussion at this point is contaminated by like Israeli psyops. Like you have like the guy in
Oh, you mean it's not Turkey? The Muslims aren't trying to conquer Europe, man?
oh yeah. But like Takia, I sort of ranted about that, so I'll spare you the rant again. But like the other part that like the recent sort of developments here is like, the Tories, no, not even the Tories, the Labour Party in the UK, they're launching like this state investigation into like Rotterdam, where it's like, yeah, we should see if any of these people got like light sentences and then maybe add like 15 years to their prison sentence, like after they've already been released. And like we need to have like ethnic statistics about like every rapist and every victim, like, and we need to throw all sort of mores about like this could be dangerous. Like we're gonna throw that shit into the trash. Like if this is a problem with Pakistanis, we need to say that openly. Like we can't be politically correct anymore. Like that is a betrayal of young British girls. So they're doing like everything that basically any sensible person would ever wish in terms of these things. They're like upending all the cover-ups, and they're like being completely fearless in talking about like, okay, well, this is a fucking cultural problem. Like, this is a problem with Punjabis, and like the funny thing is, this is kind of driving all of these counter jihadists in the UK into a frenzy where it's like, uh, this 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 report isn't based because it's like talking about like this is a sort of ethnic problem with a particular culture because like everyone doing this is from that particular culture, but they're not talking about the problem of global Islam. And it's like, dude, some of these people weren't even Muslim. Like, we are actually looking at like what's empirically provable, which is like this is a particular region in the world and a particular set of cultures. Yeah, but like you have to talk about how Islam is a threat to Israel, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't talk about like how this
Yeah.
culture is. Yeah, no, stop talking about Pakistanis, please. Like it's not about Pakistanis actually. It's about it's about like it's about Muslims in Turkey because they are a problem for Israel and Syria. Like we need to have a solidarity movement against Islam. It's like, dude, what are you even doing at that point? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
and Tommy Robinson going to that
Need more
protest
Sikhs for Malcolm.
with the guy
I
that got
think
killed by the sea.
more Sikhs, bro. Like they need more Sikhs, and they gotta send more money to Israel to fight the Muslims. Because if the Muslims
Yeah,
win, man, holy shit, they're gonna start the caliphate, and Uncle Bashir and Aunt Fatima are gonna like come in waves and like colonize Europe, right?
yeah,
And after that
yeah,
happens, and like the white man will disappear, and it's gonna be the ending of like 1984 where like Winston smiles as the bullet hits him and he says he loves Big Brother, but it's gonna be in real life, bro, because that's what the Muslims are all about, man. They love
yeah,
death more than we love life. Oh my gosh, it's a dystopia, and I'm like, dude, shut up, man. This
yeah.
theater, this performance is so
It,
hilarious.
it it's so like it's so stupid because like all of this there could be an interesting discussion about the future here, but like nobody's willing to have it because like they have these fucking psyop agendas they're pushing. Like
Yeah.
Tommy Robinson comes to like the riot or demonstration or whatever about like the guy they filmed where the cop is like, I don't think you're bleeding to death, mate. Like you don't have your bleeding to death license here, mate. Like and the Sikh is just sort of taunting him. Uh, and
Yeah.
Tommy Robinson comes to that and says, "I feel your pain. I have been talking about this for the longest problem. Like we need to get the Muslims out, otherwise this is going to continue." And it's like, but he was a Sikh though. Oh yeah, I guess. But like Islam is really dangerous. But
Yeah.
so you think we should have more Sikhs like they're doing this shit? And it's like Sikhs are really great. I wouldn't mind. Tommy Robinson. It's fine if like Sikhs actually replace English people because they're basically English.
Yeah.
We need to use this tragedy to talk about Islam. It's like, okay, well, I mean, regardless of what we think about Sikhs here or whether they should be in Britain or not, like I am completely agnostic about these issues because it's not my fucking country. But it's like you're not talking about the issues here, Comrade Tommy.
Oh yeah.
But putting all of that aside, it's like my sense of where Europe is going is that I think that like the John Michael Greer conception here is not really like I don't find it very credible. I think it's like kind of like one of those security blankets in a way. Like a lot of Americans have this weird sort of relationship to Europe here, where it's kind of like when they talk about Europe, they're talking about America or like the America's shadow, like in the Jungian sense. Just like Westoids talking about China or not really talking about China, because these stories about like foreign conquest and so on, I mean, they're not like like they're not really in line with historical reality here, right? Like we could say that like the Arabs sort of subjugated like the proud Egyptians, and like destroyed like the old kingdom and like made them all into like Uncle Bashir and Aunt Fatima. But it's like
Uncle Bashir raped all the Persians. The Persians were white. Now all the Persians are like brown. That's what Uncle
yeah, but
Bashir.
like that's not really what Uncle Bashir actually did in Iran, though. Is it? Like if we look historically, like the Persians kind of adopted Shia Islam because it was this thing that like, yeah, this shit is meant for us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it's like if you try to separate these things, like you are basically denying agency to the Iranians. If you want to like speak like a leftist here for a second, it's like, yeah, dude, these people weren't forced into anything. Like they were like this was not a process of outside conquest any more than like me, I don't know, like Swedish, like the Swedish uh, 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 um, national cuisine here today. It's kind of dominated by a bunch of spices that people um, reflexively think like, oh, this is the most Swedish thing in the world. Like so, the problem with that though is that like those spices that are wow, this is so Swedish, like nobody else uses those. Like they actually originate in the Caribbean. The Caribbean. I'm thinking of
Most of the stuff that it's not just spices. Most of the root vegetables and the fruits and stuff we use are only a few centuries old, right? So like
yeah,
majority of stuff we use is like New World meets Old World, and then it's like Colombian transfer stuff.
yeah. And I need to be clear here. I'm not making some retarded like John Lennon libtard point here. Like so the spice in particular that's like the most Swedish spice in the world, which is like Sweden is probably the country that uses this spice the most. It's allspice or kryddpeppar in Swedish. And it's basically native to like the Antilles, the southern Mexico, and Central America. Um, and and what is like allspice is not something like the fact that Swedes use that a lot does not like disprove the existence of like Swedishness because like it's all just imported, man. It's like what proves the existence of like this unique Swedish character is that every European and every Chinese person and every Japanese person had access to allspice after a specific point in time. But only Swedes said, yeah, like this we vibe with this. Like this is what we're gonna build our cooking around. Like you know, a- and it's the same thing with like tomatoes being seen as like, oh, this is the most Italian thing ever. Like, oh, sun-dried tomatoes. Is there anything more Italian? Yeah, like it wasn't Italian in the 17th century, but I mean, it is now. And like that is kind of like that is the real authenticity here. Like that is like the proof of the pudding is in the eating, right? Like you kind of course every culture like borrows from everywhere else, and every person is an immigrant if you go back far enough in time. But like it is the rootedness in the here and now that actually shows like that your culture is a thing and that it's alive. And so let's see, where was I going with this? Like the like the thing about European culture here, like it is going to undergo like the thing about Swedish culture, the thing about like French culture and so on. Like it is going to undergo a bunch of pressures, and rather than like saying, oh yeah, the point I brought up allspice is like all Shia Islam is just allspice for the Persians, right? Like, yeah, okay, Islam wasn't really created inside Persia, but so what? Like allspice doesn't grow natively in Sweden, so what? Like it's still like the country in the world that uses it the most. And like the actual quote unquote conquest of Europe, it's going to be, if there are quote unquote conquest, it's going to be in this sense, right?
Yeah.
Where you have all of these seeding diasporoids saying like, oh, my culture is like occupied by Islam, and we're gonna throw them out and bring back like a fucking British back king who isn't really a king, just some fucking, like stable boy originally, like not fit to shine the shoes on like the Qajars, like,
Yeah.
but like these people, and I've seen Greer talk about like, okay, well, there's going to be like this process of like invasion and subjugation, and it's like,
No.
insofar as there is like quote unquote subjugation, it's going to be in the same sense that these Iranian expats say like, my country was subjugated. Like, it's not going to be something that feels like subjugation.
Yeah.
From like normal people's perspective, because normal people said like, this stuff, it
is what we
like,
want. Yeah.
yeah,
Exactly.
it's ours actually. Like, it's not even the Arabs. Like, the Arabs might have quote unquote invented it, but I didn't understand it.
Yeah, we perfected it. Yeah, I don't I 1000% agree with you. I think like this whole thing of like there's gonna be a giant Muslim army and Uncle Bashir. There's gonna be a million Uncle Bashirs and they're gonna rape all the white European women. I think that's all bullshit. I think what this is that there's gonna be large parts of Europe that are emptied out due to like climate factors, failure of harvest, like basic ecology and climate and all these other things, right? People are gonna move in, they're gonna live there, right? There's gonna be mixing with regard to ties of like, work ties, religious ties, all these other things. And then gradually over time, you're going to have like a good 20, 25, 30% Islamic, Muslim, whatever you want to call it, component. And then there's going to be other stuff, right? Like Islam is not the only thing people are going to gravitate towards, right? Like there's going to be other post-Christian things that they do, right? Some of them will
and there's going to be a bunch of Christian things, like the real, like, I mean, Europe today isn't really Christian. I mean, it's just not.
Yeah.
Like the sad thing about this, like every European nationalist is like, oh, these Muslims are so bad because like they really hate Christ. Like, first of all, you don't know shit about Islam, my friend. Like, if your point of contention was like anyone who doesn't subscribe to the Trinity, like denies, hates Christ, like by definition. Okay, well, yeah, every Muslim by that definition hates Christ. But like that, these people, like, they don't go to church and they don't believe. And in fact, like, what they really fear is like authentic religious belief, in a sense. Like, they would probably be more comfortable in a country where it's like 40% of the population goes to the mosque every Friday than they would be living in a country where 40% of their neighbors went to church every Sunday. I'm not joking about that in the slightest. I think that like it would be an easy choice. Like the Muslims, you could just keep them in the ghetto or whatever, and you wouldn't have to interact with that shit. So like it would be icky, but like only in the abstract sense. It's like, if your actual neighbors were religious, like that would be very scary for people. But like to sort of circle back to the question of Europe here. I mean, the big pressures here are, number one, like, what are you gonna do when you're faced with the reality of decline? And I think there's going to be a smorgasbord of different options here, and the Brits are going to be like they are kind of the most sick in the head here, because they are so obviously declining, and they're like turning their entire country into a fucking horror show as a result. Like they are just stuck.
Yeah, like they don't even get a prime minister. Like every 5 months, I think the prime minister changes. Like they're completely fucked, basically, right?
Yeah, they can't really imagine a Britain that's not like a global player or whatever, which is kind of understandable in a sense. If you've ever played a Paradox game, like, Europa Universalis, you kind of know that Britain isn't really a thing at the time where pretty much every Europa Universe or Paradox game that's popular starts. Like,
Mhm.
is Britain a thing at the start of Crusader Kings? Absolutely not. There's no fucking Britain. There's like England and Wales, or like all of these weird like Wessex and shit. Like if you start at the Viking Age bookmark, and then there's England and Scotland if you start in like the Europa Universalis timeline. And so like Great Britain is something that only really makes sense in the Age of Empires. Like that is kind of like the subtext here. Like there's not going to be a Britain whatsoever if the empire goes, which is why they're clinging to like the sort of ghost of the 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 echo of a ghost of the past. But like in places like Germany, in places like Sweden, what people are going to have to deal with, and this is going to be traumatic. And I've had this discussion with a lot of people here. It's like you basically came from nothing. Like the story of Sweden is the story of being poor as fuck and an irrelevant backwater, and turning that during a specific point in history into like a superpower.
Oh yeah.
Like like during the age of Vikings, uh, the Scandinavians turned being poor as fuck and being a backwater into like, okay, we're just gonna be pirates and nuisance, and we're gonna travel around and we're gonna work as mercenaries and maybe rape some people, because that's kind of what you do if you're bored, and we're gonna like explore the world and find more people to rape and maybe settle down, like get fucked by climate change in Greenland and then die out. But
Yeah,
it's like
basically.
this is all driven by the fact that like there's not a lot of things going on in Scandinavia um, for the longest time, and there's various population pressures forcing people out. So like Scandinavians in the during the age of the Vikings, like they were, wow, these based Swedes, like we really love them. They were a fucking nuisance. They were like the Pakistani rape gangs of that time. If you ask people living in and around Lindisfarne, for example. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
but then you have the period like the period of Sweden being a great European power, which doesn't really last very long. But like that is driven by material poverty again. Like you have Sweden develops this insanely efficient administration that is built around basically finding everything that's taxable and taxing it, like and transforming taxes paid in kind rather than in specie in hard currency,
Yeah.
because like nobody can afford to pay in specie to begin with like, which has benefits compared to like Florence, which is a million times richer than Sweden. And everyone's like, okay, here's your cash. Can I go now? And people say like, oh, well, we need to raise an army. Okay, we'll just pay them some cash. Like, find someone who will take our money. While the Swedes were like, okay, here's a bale of linen cloth. Here's some, timber. Here's some copper ore. Like, okay, Mr. Bureaucrat, see what you can make with this. So like Sweden is kind of Prussia before Prussia becomes cool.
Yeah.
And it kind of like rises and falls because at the end of the day, it is kind of an extractive economy. Like it is an efficient war machine, but it's built around looting all of its richer neighbors.
Yeah.
And Swedish monarchs just talk about this openly, where it's like, we basically can't keep our war machine going unless we can pillage other countries. There is a famous quote about this, about like, we are weak as a kitten, like the moment we have to fight inside our own borders. But if we're fighting on someone else's borders, like we can't be stopped essentially because you kind of loot and rape and you pillage and you pay for your war machine that way. But I give this like Putin-esque historical background here just to sort of underline a point where it's like nobody throughout history, apart from very specific moments in time, have ever had like uh, any sort of inclination to go, oh yeah, those damn Swedes, like really impressive, aren't they? Like either you don't know they exist, or you know they exist and you aren't particularly impressed by them. And then for like 100 years, or less than 100 years, because like this shit doesn't really begin until after the Second World War. Like Sweden becomes this, light unto the nations, like one of the most efficient, social democratic industrialist economies in the world.
Yeah.
And today you have kids being taught that shit is their birthright. Like those 80 years where things were really, really great. Like that is the
Yeah. Sweden was destined to be like this rich country with amazing like healthcare and services and whatever. And this was always going to be the case, right? Which is not nobody believed in the past. Yeah.
What produced that? Like the racial supremacy, like the animal spirits of the Swedish race, whatever.
Yeah.
And so if you're a fucking do nothing like YouTuber or whatever, like if you're PewDiePie, like that is your birthright.
Yeah.
Like your birthright is living in the best country in the world because you were like you don't have to do anything. Like that's just like what Hashem promised you 3,000 years ago. And like Europeans have this. Like you read Sumer Historia, and he's like, we need to go back to ruling the rest of the world, and it's like,
Yeah.
anyone who says that kind of shit is never gonna rule the world.
They're gonna be
Like,
rendered irrelevant by
yeah,
people who actually like, well, like people who speak like that. It's like the couch potato who's just like, man, we need to just get off our ass and kick their ass, man. Like, yeah, we just gotta will it to existence and it'll happen. Like, you're fucking irrelevant, man. You are fucking
yeah,
irrelevant, and it's like stolen valor, but it's like stolen valor of the like past generations and what they achieved in like
yeah.
poverty and these other things. Yeah.
And it's also like a category error. Like if you think about someone who kind of sort of maybe ruled parts of the world, like kind of the world, you could say the parts of the world that were worth ruling for a brief moment in time. Genghis Khan and his immediate successors.
Yeah.
Like they didn't sit around going like, fucking drinking mare's milk, like fermented mare's milk, like konjac made from horse milk in their yurts going like, yeah, we should maybe rule the world. Like if you think about like the thoughts occupying someone like Genghis Khan, like he is writing letters, issuing exact instructions about like how you're supposed to care for your horses when dealing with like a mountain pass. And like, you should take raw leather and you should form them into these kinds of like basically shoes for the horses, and you should do this extra step in hoof care to make sure that the horses are fit for fight. And like he has specific instructions about like if someone mistreats a horse or like rides on it for 8 hours longer than like regulations, you should just beat the shit out of that guy. And if he does that, if he rides on the horse and sort of rides it until it's exhausted more than one time, cut its head off.
Yeah.
Like that is the kind of level that sort of Genghis Khan is dealing with. He's not saying like early, I don't really know a lot about horses here. I just know that we Mongols should rule the world. Like, you end up ruling the world as a sort of like if you don't sit around saying I should rule the world. Like if you care about like the practical realities of a bunch of different things, you have all of these irons in the fire and you're dealing with them. Yeah, maybe at one point you end up in a situation where holy shit, like I am the biggest industrial economy in the world.
Yeah.
But like the whole like my race was destined for, like, your race wasn't destined for shit.
Yeah, bro.
Like nobody, like Hashem didn't promise you anything.
They always like it's so funny, like these right-eyed goyim, they're always like trying to emulate the Israelis, but they always fucking fail. They're like an inferior form of Israeli, right? That's basically what they end up becoming, right?
Yeah, and like the the superior form of Israeli isn't particularly impressive. Like
Uh,
the if we think about like what is the Israeli claim to fame throughout history, it's like, okay, well, you know, you can sort of try to get the cockroaches out, but they have a way of coming back. It's not like this is the lineage of kings and they've always been the rulers. It's like, okay, well, you know, give Jewish people a country to run, a kingdom, and they will basically run that shit into the ground within one human generation. Like that is their superpower. Like
Mhm.
they will basically turn everyone against them and then descend into civil war, and then they will go up to the fortress Masada and kill themselves.
Mhm.
Like that is kind of the legacy, and this is what happens when you sit around and say Hashem promised me XYZ. I'm better than everyone else. Like
Mhm.
Genghis Khan got to where he is because he didn't need Hashem to promise him anything. Like that was not something inherent to his view of the world. Like he went out there and did things.
Mhm.
And like for Europeans, unlearning like the whole Sumer historian mind frame, like, and this is kind of, I mean, Arabs, there were a million Arab Sumer historians,
oh
you
yeah,
know,
bro.
500 years ago, going like, yeah, we Arabs, we should just go back to ruling. We should just go back to
The
ruling Spain.
Ottoman, exactly, yeah, yeah. The gunpowder empires, the Safavid Persians, the Ottoman Empire, and the Mughals, they're all fucking cheap imitations. Us Arabs, man, only
Yeah,
we destined to like rule the land of Islam. Like
yeah,
I don't think. Yeah, that's the thing though. Like how many Europeans are actually gonna learn the lesson? I don't think that many, bro. Like I think most of them are just gonna die in the slums, man. Like
yeah. I mean, sure. I mean that, but like most people are gonna die in the slums on a long
anyway,
enough
Yeah,
timeline. Like
exactly.
the thing here is just that like at some point you need to unlearn this reflex, and I think that what helps here is that like the sort of post-industrial descent is going to be steep enough that like nobody is going to be interested in like being Sumer historian in Sweden like 200 years hence,
Yeah,
because I don't necessarily think that like this era of, you know, wealth and glory is going to be seen particularly fondly by future generations. Like they're going to look at this brief interregnum as a period of insane hubris. It's like we basically tried to build a Tower of Babel and we fucked everything up.
yeah,
We basically looted the planet of all natural resources, and then we, you know, basically spent 100 years dumping plastic bottles in the ocean. And it's
mhm.
like, oh well, thank you, I guess. Um, but so like, I mean, it's hard to say where Europe will be 200 years from now, but like, you can at least say like, I don't really think that the issue is going to be that the issue that has to be dealt with is like, okay, well, can we fight off like these invaders? Insofar as foreign cultural elements invade, it will only be in the same sense that like Islam invaded Persia, which is it wasn't really an invasion at all. Um,
It's a vacuum, basically. Yeah, it's
yeah,
moving into a vacuum, and then the people gradually assimilate to the norms because that is what's amiable to them, basically. Yeah.
and to be fair, like the other problem people make it like the other huge fuck up in the analysis here is like, why would you ever assume that Islam was this monolithic thing that is like, okay, it is what it is, and it is just gonna be the same thing in like the embodied social reality. Like my nigga, have you read a newspaper lately? There's this country called Iran, right?
Yeah.
And they are kind of, how do I put this? Like they aren't your papis, like Islamists saying like we should get rid of the Turks because Arabs are the best people in the world. Like uh, it's a form of Islam that is much more, how do I put this? It's much more impressive to non-Muslims because like you can see like some sort of dynamism here. And if you're a Christian even, you can see like, okay, well, we have some things in common. So like again, like Islam itself might be perfect, like the word directly handed down from God, but humans are fallible, as we all know. And so the Islam practiced by someone who has like an ethnic resentment as an Arab or whatever might not necessarily be like all that quote unquote divine in like this embodied social reality, if you catch my drift here. Like there might be some sort of like human errors, like an unwillingness to accept converts because you like that would just ruin like the enjoyment you get out of it, like as a social identity marker, for example. And like this isn't new to history in Islam either. Like this was one of the big problems with the Arab caliphates, right?
Mhm.
Like the the prophet telling everyone this is not like an ethnic religion. This
Yeah.
is not a religion made for Arabs.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
and then,
Ethiopians can be Muslim, Syrians can be Muslim. The Prophet,
yeah,
sallallahu peace be upon him, he was very clear on the universality of Islam. But there were those who did not view it that way. Right?
yeah. Like, a lot of people said, yeah, you're so right. You're so right. We totally agree. And then when the prophet dies, like the everyone kind of goes back to saying like, well, okay, if you're not an Arab, you're some kind of half Muslim. Like,
Mhm.
you're kind of like 3/4 of a Muslim, and you should maybe have 3/4 of a vote. And that kind of led to consternation in non-Arab Muslims, which led to a lot of conflicts and internal struggles. Um, but the point I'm just making here is that if you think about like if you picture Islam as this, like, okay, well, I know what Islam is because I've been in like a Arab city 50 years ago, whatever. Like that's not how this shit works.
Mhm.
Like that's not how a religion spreads. It spreads because it actually like works itself into the local environment and sort of in this like a sort of form of symbiosis, right?
Mhm.
Um, and Islam is no different here. Like Christianity spread through Europe through the same way. So I don't really think it's like useful to focus on like Islam in any one way because like insofar as it spreads, it's not going to be the thing that you like are afraid of as like the sort of ethnic religion of people living in the ghettos or whatever because like that inherently has no potential like that is kind of a dead form in and of itself.
Mhm.
um
Yeah.
and as far as like the conception of like what a European is, I think that's going to be pretty up in the air for a while.
Yeah.
And I'm unsure whether like this period of hostility towards Russia is really going to last for that long. I think that's kind of an extinction burst of Fukuyamism and Atlanticism as well.
Yeah. And those things are kind of tied ultimately to the Israeli thing of like Nuremberg Christianity, and that thing's also on the way out, right? So we're not going to see that
Yeah.
longer. We're not going to see that for much longer. Um, what are we doing with regard to chat? Do we have any other questions here? Let me just see. What view should homosexuals adopt on race? I mean, honestly, man, like it doesn't really fucking matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't really fucking.
Do
It's
do
an
whatever you want, man.
whatever. Like the house is on fire, bro. There's gonna be less people on the planet. Like whatever, man. Okay. All right. Next up. Finnish people are the Japanese of Europe. Okay, I think
That's not true at all, bro. That's not true. Swedes are the Japanese of Europe. Finnish people are like the Ainu.
okay. Okay, so Malcolm taking issue with that comment. Fair enough. Okay. Let me see. Last and final question. Would Eurabia be a Mormon caliphate? I don't think Eurabia will be a khilafah. I think there's going to be a good plurality of Muslims present in Europe, but it's going to be taking on, like, like Europe is a peninsula slash continent of forests, right? Like that's where all the polytheisms come from, right? So there's going to be a lot of that going on. I mean, if you go to Bangladesh, for example, where I was born, right? It's very interesting, right? Like it's 90% Muslim, right? And then you go to fucking rural Khulna, Sundarbans, and you're like talking to them, and they're like, "Oh yeah, right before we go out into the forest, we go to Bon Bibi, who's like the spirit of the forest, and we ask her to protect us." And then you're like, "Okay, but you're Muslim. Why are you doing that? That makes no sense." And they're like, "Oh, but we're not worshiping her. We're just asking her to help us out, right? Nothing wrong with that. We're not being polytheists, right?" So you'll see something. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be exactly apples to apples and applying to like Europeans that way, but you're going to see funky stuff like that happen. Um, there's going to be a lot of syncretic stuff. It won't be a khilafah. It'll be a lot of like there's going to be less people on the planet, man. I mean, to run a fucking empire, you need an army, an admin, and you need resources, man. Like, okay, well,
Yeah,
Europe has like, I don't know, 50 million people left. Do you really think there's going to be a fucking empire if like instead of 450 million people, there's 50 million people left? No. All right.
yeah,
Um,
and I mean, like the issue here, and this is kind of my big my real big point of contention with Greer, not like the Trump stuff, like that kind of whatever. Like
yeah,
I'm
whatever.
not a sore winner, but
Yeah.
like I tend to say I really dislike like the whole dude. It's gonna be like this fucking ass end of nowhere where a bunch of principalities, just like there's a million different fucking counties spread out that are like the size of a post stamp, and there's no like unified control, and people kind of bicker with their neighbors all the time, and like that's going to be the future of Europe forever. And it's like,
Yeah,
okay,
this is
but
not.
when do we get to the when do we get to the bad part?
Yeah. When do we get to the
Like,
battle?
like
You're describing large parts of the world with like 2 or 3 billion people left. Yeah, that's what
yeah,
you're describing. Yeah.
yeah, and also like I mean, you're telling me Europe is just going to be Europe. Like, it's not going to be like the fucking British Empire spreading out over, like, so the sun doesn't set on it,
Yeah.
and, poisoning the atmosphere, burning a billion metric tons of coal.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be like slaves to Americans and, like, fucking poodles of Atlanticism.
Yeah.
It's just going to be like what Europe has been historically. Like
Yeah.
the first of all, like
Yeah.
how bad is it to live in a tiny principality compared to like a massive empire? I mean, it's bad in some ways. It's better in others.
Mhm.
Like living in a massive empire is not always that great. I mean, it might be great if you're part of like the the favored classes on the upswing. But like the nature of an empire is to be a wealth pump, right? And the moment like you can't actually turn that wealth pump towards like other suckers, the
Yeah.
last victim of the wealth pump is the internal citizenry of the empire. Like that is completely unavoidable.
Yeah.
So if you live in a sort of principality rather than an empire, you don't get the benefits of the wealth pump, and you don't necessarily get to be the victim of it either.
Mhm. Mhm.
And on balance, I think that's a pretty good trade.
Yeah.
And as like the other issue with empires is that like you can't actually reform them, and you have no fucking voice in them. Like even if you think you're a smart reformer, you can't do shit in America today. Like
Yeah. Yeah.
I've
It's
met a lot of people.
yeah. Yeah. You won't be able to stop the collapse
And frankly, it's not your responsibility to stop the collapse. America is
Yeah.
not going to have 350 million people and 9.6 square kilometers. That is not your responsibility. Your responsibility is not, oh my gosh, enough. How do I make sure both those numbers stay stable? That's not your responsibility, man. I'm sorry. Right? Yeah, Faustian society has brainwashed you into thinking that if you just have enough willpower, you can keep the 350 million people and the 9.6 million square kilometers. That's bullshit. That's not happening. Right? So that's what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, the future of uh, like the abandonment of all of these sort of transnational projects towards like particularisms. I mean, it's going to be Europe is going to fracture, sure. It's
Mhm.
going to fracture pretty massively, and it's you're already seeing kind of the start of this period of rejiggering, like the sort of the way in which Russia got sick of this post-war order, and like
Mhm.
their initial ask was just, and this was their initial ask, like this wasn't really them being cute or whatever. Like they at first they wanted to have a security order where it's like, okay, you, you respect our sort of rights to not have American missiles on our border,
Yeah.
and we respect your right to not have Russian missiles on the Mexican border.
Yeah.
And that's that's the rules of the game.
Yeah.
And then the Americans said, like, no, fuck no, that's not how this is going to work. So, like, fuck off.
Yeah.
And at that point, like, now the Russians are, I mean, like they are now they are a revisionist power here in the sense
Yeah.
that, like, why should they respect the borders of Europe drawn up in like 1991 due to the collapse of the Soviet Union as like, okay, we've changed borders in Europe for 50,000 years, but like we stopped doing that in 1991, and oh shit, sorry, like a bunch of Russians ended up on the wrong side of the border, and they don't want to be a part of Ukraine. They want to be a part of Russia. But now you got to respect the holiness of the borders of
Yeah.
1991. Like
Yeah.
the Russians are obviously not that interested in that. They're making noises about like Transnistria and so on, and like those noises I think are not entirely unserious.
Mhm.
So like the period where like the order was stable enough not to sort of abjure all kinds of revisions is ending. Um, and 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 that shit is not interesting because like Russia is gonna pour over like through the Suwalki Gap and annex France. Like that shit is never gonna happen, and the Russians don't have interest in like ruling other nationalities. I mean, they tried that, and the juice wasn't worth the squeeze if you ask the Russians themselves.
Mhm.
Um, like, but what that is telling in the sense, like, it kind of opens the door to a period of like revisions from other countries.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like what are our borders about? Like what is the nature of our political system? Like our sort of economic, so like geopolitical arrangement, and like should we continue? Like
Yeah.
so like things are gonna change pretty rapidly. Like and things are gonna be redrawn, rules are gonna be rewritten, and so on because they've kind of passed their pull date.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Things are gonna be changing, and yeah, we are. Holy shit, we are at 5 hours. Yeah, Sir Malcolm,
Yeah.
we're gonna have to make this a part one and part two thing because yeah. I don't know if Substack will even I'll try and buffer this, but let's see how much I can publish of this. Yeah, but holy shit, 5 hours passed. All right. Thank you, dear listeners, for tuning in. Thank you, Sir Malcolm, for showing up. We're gonna do this another time in the future to continue this train of thought and conversation. But yeah, it's
Oh yeah.
It's 5 hours, and I don't know if I can upload this to YouTube. I'm gonna try my best though. I'll see.
Yeah, I
if I
mean,
can-
we can cut it up into parts. It was an interesting conversation, and we covered quite a lot of subjects. So like, just put it up into like separate segments.
Yeah. I'll see if I can make it like a part one, part two. All right. I'll try that out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sir Malcolm. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. And yeah, you know what my words are, dear listeners, but I will say them anyways to conclude things. The doom cometh. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
See ya.